Mariner football coach Troy Taylor. Team made that announcement today. The decision comes a week after ESPN reported that two outside firms had found Taylor bullied and belittled female athletic staffers, sought to have an NCAA compliance officer removed after she warned him of rules violations and repeatedly made, quote, inappropriate comments to another woman about her appearance.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there on a beautiful day. We're being teased with the weather out there. It's almost 70 degrees. It's warm. It feels like summer's right around the corner. And hopefully everybody enjoys it because it won't be long before the rain and wind sets in that's supposed to happen the next couple of days.
That's about the time that we head outdoors to do the show. Am I right?
Yeah, we're going to be, well, tomorrow we won't be outdoors. We'll be at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, the John Schneider Show happening a day early this week. So that'll happen tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for that. And then Thursday, we are going to be at Victory Hall, where, you know, it's all connected to the Hatback Bar and Grill across the street from T-Mobile Park. We'll be broadcasting there for opening day. That's going to be an awesome day out there. And then Friday, we'll be out at Edgar's Cantina, as we are every Friday home game. So we'll be out amongst the people, Dave. We'll be interacting with the masses. It's going to be fun.
I love that, man. I love going out to Edgar's, and of course, it sounds like the roof will be closed.
If you look at the extended weather forecast, it'll probably be closed. Yeah, just enjoy today.
But no, I mean it's always great going out there, and this is an exciting year for the Mariners. I can't wait for them to get going and. It's always, you know, putting a radio show together. You're sometimes during the lean months, which are, you know, sometimes January, February, March. Yeah. You're like, you know, you have to talk about, you know, your brackets or whatever, which nobody wants to talk about. Not me, that's for sure. And then, but once the season starts for the Mariners, like you got something every single day you can talk about. It's great. Love it.
You don't want to talk about your bracket?
No, I don't.
You put in a lot of work and effort, man. A lot of effort into that thing.
I can't wait for, you know who I'm actually rooting for, Bob, is you.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because I heard you're like, oh, Lefko, how do I get on this thing here? And then you click it, and then all of a sudden I heard click, click, click. This went on for about 3.5 minutes. And then, you know, he stopped clicking things, and then he got up and whatever, and somebody goes, do your bracket? And Bob goes, yeah, I just did it. And I spent 4.5 hours looking at stats and free throw percentage and things like that, scoring margin, whatnot. And I must be in dead last.
I'm sure Lefko's got an update for you. Look how he's grinning.
He's been waiting for this. I was out yesterday.
I'm laughing because Matt could not believe how much time you spent on your bracket.
4.5 hours? You had to click like 20 things.
It was fun. I was researching, Matt. I was investing time in there. It won't be because, I like Creighton Barrel. I picked Creighton. I mean, those kinds of things. That just didn't enter into my selection.
I think it's sound logic.
What's going on with our cameras? It looks like I'm 8 feet tall and Dave's a little person.
I'm down in the corner down here.
It's reflecting the standings of the bracket.
I see.
This is a weird video for those watching the video stream. It's an interesting look right now.
No, you know what it looks like? It looks like the Brady Bunch. Remember where they put them in those squares and they look up there? I can look up at Bob.
You see the bottom of my chin and see Dave. It looks like a little guy. The brackets are. What place is Dave in, Lefko? Did you?
What's that?
What place is Dave in?
Oh, yeah, last. Out of people that have filled in brackets. So Salk pretended to fill in a bracket and then didn't, so he's dead last.
He pretended to fill one in?
And then Matt.
Oh, really? Matt's down there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes me feel better.
Does it?
Yeah.
I spent 5 minutes on yours. You spent 4.5 hours. Dave, you're also paid to know sports.
Look, there are a lot of well-informed basketball gurus out there whose brackets are toast. It happens every year. It's just how it goes. See if you recognize this voice, Dave.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
Is that somebody I know?
Yeah.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
I can't pull it. Who is that?
One more time. I'll give you one more shot.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
No idea.
Ryan Roland Smith.
That's Ryan?
That's him doing his American accent. He was mocking the tournament and how people come up to you all the time and will, hey.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
That's him trying to talk like an American.
Yeah. Yeah, he was doing that yesterday. He was just like, I didn't fill out a bracket. I don't care. I'm not into it. How's your bracket looking? His American accent was hilarious.
Oh, man. Now, you know what? We got to get him to do that more often.
Yeah.
Just say, we get a whole list of, we can have people text him in. Next time we get Ryan Roland Smith on, what do you want to hear him say with his American accent?
So funny. How's your bracket looking? Anyway, so there you go. The brackets for some of us are in the trash. Some of them still have some hope. Meanwhile, the good news is the Mariners signed Cal Raleigh to a 6-year extension. They buy out the final 3 years of free agency, the arbitration years, because we were talking about that. Had he gone through all of his arbitration, by the time he'd be a free agent, he'd be 31 years old. Which we talked about it before, Dave, that, I mean, you hope he's still as great as he is now. It's not that far in the future, but catchers get beat up, and they suffer a lot of injuries, and, the body wears down playing that position, so you wonder physically where he would be. Would he still be in line? Maybe he'll be even better. That would be great, but, I think it's good. They got, kudos to the Mariners for getting this locked up. Kudos to Cal for getting this was very quick. This happened very quickly, and I don't know if, maybe Scott Boras was a bit of an impediment as his agent. He moved on from Scott Boras, has a different agent, and they locked it up. So, it was back at the end of February when Brock and Salk were down there in spring training, and we're talking to Cal and asked if he'd be open to signing a long-term deal.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before, I would have nothing more to play for one team my whole career, and Seattle has been nothing but good to me. You guys and everyone else, they've welcomed me with open arms, and the people are great. I love the city, I love this organization, and I really would love that. Some of that's out of my hands, obviously.
But are you someone that feels you have to test free agency? You owe it to yourself to get and see what the open market is, or is it a possibility to sign something before then?
No, I'm completely open to signing something before then. Like I said, I would love that, nothing more than that, to be with one team, and I love this org, and I'm open to anything. I'm not closing any kind of, books or whatever it is, but
doors, books, whatever. But by the way, I'm wondering if his agent heard that and was telling him, no, don't say you'd be willing to do anything.
Yeah,
you got to play the game here. I mean, I'm glad they got it done, but I'm just agent mindset. I'm wondering if they're back there going, oh no, don't say that, don't say that.
Yeah, what's awesome about it is he's a North Carolina kid. Right, and I would have thought maybe regionally. I mean, it's pretty far out here. A lot of people talk about the geographic isolation, and that I didn't think that this would be Cal's kind of town, and yet he goes through and he even likes Brock and Salk, apparently.
Yeah, I think that was the royal you guys. That was all included, like the media, you guys, the media. Yeah. I don't think he was specifying Salk.
No, it's funny. I was just talking to Brent Stecker, and we were talking about, remember that the one, I think he got up and it was like an opening day thing that the Mariners had. It was sometime in January or February where we went over and had a lunch, and they had certain, players get up and talk, and he was one of them. And afterwards there was like this luncheon, and so I think it was, were you there, Bob?
Yeah, he came and sat at the table.
It was you, me, Lefko, and I think Stecker was there, Justin was there, and yeah, he just came over and got his meal and came over and sat with us and just started talking, just very down-to-earth guy. And, from
that day forward, you said, that's my favorite player. You said, Cal's my dude.
I think he is. He's just a regular dude. And, when we were down at spring, remember you guys came out and I was having that conversation with him. He just stopped and he was like, just talking about life and, how's it going? Asking about the broadcast and things like that. And yeah, sure, I'll come over and talk to you guys. I mean, he just always has been just like every man, right? And I think he's just one of the easiest guys to root for also the fact that he's made so many marks in Mariner history. So yeah, it's just it's kind of surprising to me that
the Mariners did that.
Yeah, I mean, well, just that. I mean, you look at the profile of Cal Raleigh. I mean, you would think that he would want to be close to home and things like that, but he loves everybody here in Seattle and all. Yeah, I guess maybe I'm in shock because he said that about Brock and Salk, but no, I mean, I'm joking. But he loves people here, and he's just been a big part of Mariner history, and yeah, it's cool to have him. I think also, he sees that maybe he could get more money on the open market, like, kind of like Tom Brady. He wanted to stay there in New England, and he would take cuts and, structure his deal so that it was, team friendly. And, I feel like Cal could probably get a lot more money on the open market, but he wants to stay here. And I think Mariner fans are going to love him forever.
Yeah, and I give credit to the organization. We certainly rip on them when they don't spend money, and in my opinion, deservedly so. But you took the right step here in locking up part of your core. This is somebody you drafted, you developed, and has turned into a star and one of the great catchers in the game. You keep that guy around. He's a leader in the clubhouse. He's everything you just talked about in terms of his character and the kind of person you want to represent your organization. Mm-hmm. But more importantly, what he represents on the field. And he's a guy that works wonders with that rotation, with the bullpen, comes through at the plate. I mean, he's everything you'd want in a player. He's everything you'd hope when you draft a young player that they're going to turn into something close to this. And you got it. So you lock him up. And to me, I was actually surprised it was, I mean, look, it's $105 million. He's fine forever.
Right.
But I would have thought it would have been more, actually. What is that,
17.5, yeah.
Is that right?
Is
it still 17.5?
Still is.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, by baseball standards, considering what he does and how well he does it, that's a little lower than I thought, a little less than I thought he'd get. But, hey,
agreed.
Good on him and good on the organization for getting it done. I would imagine the fan base, Mariner fans, even if you're cynical or angry about what they didn't do in the offseason, you got to love this, and hopefully we continue to see more of it as it pertains to the rotation.
Yeah. Well, and you talked about the character, Bob. I think the other thing that comes through with Cal is the humility. And I think people love that. They like...
He's just so unaffected.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. We've talked about it a million times. It does not matter what happened. Yeah. He's just the same demeanor.
And he'll have a conversation with anybody. So I think people in Seattle, and I think for that reason, he's probably going to make a lot of money with advertisements and things like that. So, yeah, it's just, I couldn't think of a guy like when you talk about the Mariners, and if you were, back in New York or whatever, I mean, I suppose Julio Rodriguez would come up, but I would think, and I know the young pitchers, Logan Gilbert's probably pretty well known, and there's up and coming guys like Miller and Wu, but yeah, I would think it would go, either Julio Cal or Cal Julio 1 and 1A, right? So
yeah, Julio's still the face.
Yeah,
he's still the face of the team nationally.
But I think for the good Mariner fans that have been here and gutted it out for this many years, they love a guy like Cal Raleigh.
One more on this. The Jon Morosi, we talked to him at the end of February, and we just talked about the expectations of this team really committing to their core, the pitchers, Cal, people like that.
The one thing that I know is true today and will be true in 10 years and 20 years down the line is that the most cost-effective money that you spend is extending your own really good players and finding that common ground on the first major deal of their career. For that reason, it's fair, in my opinion, for Mariner fans to look at the front office and say, listen, not signing Juan Soto is a defensible position, okay? There's not a lot of teams that can spend $700 million plus for either Ohtani or Soto. I get it. That's a very high echelon of investment. But making a very logical extension for a Kirby or a Gilbert or a Raleigh for the right player, Mariner fans should expect their front office and their ownership to do that.
And they took the first step and did it with Cal. And hopefully, again, that trickles down to the rotation.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing about the Mariner. obviously the off season, the lack of activity, as far as all the free agency stuff goes, I think people are very, very frustrated. But it's just another indicator that this is a team that does a really good job drafting players. Cal was a third-round draft choice, and then developing them, and then signing them. I don't think there's anybody that thinks that that's too much money for Cal Raleigh.
I thought it's a good deal.
Yeah,
I felt like the Mariners got away with a good one here.
So they have really done a good job with that stuff. Their draft and developing guys, and that part of it. So and I think everybody got hung up, and I guess rightfully so, about all of the lack of activity as far as the free agency goes. But as far as that stuff goes, developing guys coming up through the ranks, I mean, they've done a really, really good job
with pitchers. Certainly, hitters, it's been a little spotty, but
Cal, I mean, he's just so much more than a catcher. I feel like, I mean, he's a great piece to have. I mean, it's like you have to have a guy like that with that rotation and with that quality of the pitching staff, and so he's kind of like, it's like 1 + 1 = 3 with Cal. He just is a guy that, not only is a leader on the team, he's a voice for the team, and then he manages all of those guys. And by the way, he comes up with some pretty clutch hits.
And looking at, quickly before we get to take two, just looking at, we always talk about spring training stats as just throw them away. They don't mean anything. And I'm generally on board with that. I think there are exceptions. And to me, I look at it, not that it means whatever you're doing in spring is what you're going to do in the regular season. It's more about just a state of mind for certain players. And I'm looking at players that really scuffled last year, starting with Mitch Garver. And then you look at Polanco, and you look at Arozarena. All three of those guys had tremendous springs, offensively speaking. Garver hit 333, had an on-base over 400. Both Arozarena and Polanco over 300. Again, it's spring training. I totally get it. It's a different season. It's a different set of circumstances and talent level you're going up against in the regular season. But for guys that maybe had that weighing on their mind, and more specifically to Garver, where that was just a dreadful season. It was awful. And the fans turned on him, and he was receiving death threats, and it couldn't have been worse. So for him to see some success and just see the ball leave the yard, see the ball land in the grass and not in somebody's glove, I think it can take some of the weight off their shoulders to a certain extent. Again, not saying he's going to be a stud, watch out, but I think it could have a positive impact just mentally. They go in a little lighter because if he did all this work in the offseason, then he gets to spring training and he's scuffling again, what's his state of mind when game 1 on Thursday happens? Is he up there going, oh, geez, man, my timing hasn't felt right. I haven't been seeing the ball the way I want to. I just think there's something to that. Agree or disagree?
I agree.
Yeah. I think, and to a lesser extent, Polanco, Arozarena, good to see them doing well. We'll see if it carries over to the regular season. But to somebody who struggled as much as Garver did and took the heat that he did, I'm really hoping there's a little carryover just mentally, just that he's just goes in more relaxed, he's lighter, he's more confident, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes it's something very little that happens that gets you that, and this is a sport that you talk about mental struggles. I mean, it's so hard to get out of a funk, it seems like. So, yeah, hopefully that will carry him a little bit there.
All right. We'll talk more. Waiting to see exactly when they finalize the roster. We know some moves. We'll talk about those coming up. In fact, we'll talk about one of them in take 2.
Yeah, we don't have that final roster just yet, as you mentioned, Bob, but they did announce, the Mariners earlier today, that Rowdy Tellez officially made the MLB roster, so that's one spot added to the 40-man, and now have 39 of 40 on that 40-man roster.
Yeah, you kind of felt like his spot was secured once they made the Mitch Haniger move. They cut ties with Mitch Haniger. We were trying to figure out, all right, if Tellez makes the roster, if he makes the team, how does it work with the platoon situation when he's not playing first and Raley's at first? Is he going to DH? Is he only going to DH against righties? And you're going to have Haniger face lefties, but then you still have Garver, and then you still have Solano, and it's a bit of a logjam there. So the subtraction of Haniger, as much as I hate to see the guy go, and I don't know if he's got anything left in the tank with another team, I'll definitely root for him, but it does does make that picture a little clearer, and obviously opens up a spot for Rowdy Tellez, who, good on him, got a spring training invite and made it count.
Yeah, I thought the best description, I think it was Divish that was talking about. I mean, the guy's 6'4", 270, he's 30 years old. He's got pretty good feet. He's kind of light on his feet. He's the dancing bear, Bob.
Yeah.
Well, recently installed Stanford football GM Andrew Luck has fired head coach Troy Taylor after multiple investigations into reported hostile and aggressive behavior toward athletic department employees.
It's with these Stanford people. They're just, you can't trust them. You don't take your eyes off them. You know somebody that's been to Stanford, works at Stanford, played there, coached there. Just keep them where you can see them.
Yeah, Andrew Luck is the GM there. Apparently, our guy Ron Rivera is the GM at Cal, and so
does every school have a GM now?
I think
it's getting to be close.
That's where they're going, right?
You kind of have to now if you want to compete.
Just sounds so weird at the college level
yeah.
to talk about a general manager.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, what's happening is, to some of these programs, they're, the thing I said about Troy Taylor is I think he's maybe a little bit too old school. I think they're hiring all of these staff people that aren't, it's kind of a clash of cultures a little bit, and you just sort of have to adapt to that. And I don't think he did. So,
just reading the story from ESPN, sounds like there were multiple incidences.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's old school, like he's calling females toots.
Yeah.
Or, hey, sweetie. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what's good. It said that he sought to have one of their compliance officers removed after she warned him of the rules violations. And he tried to get her fired. I broke the rules. You're telling me I can't do that? Get her out.
Guess what? You're fired.
Yeah.
So I never got a chance to meet him. He did call me on the phone at one point. I think he was a Sacramento State guy, and so there was a lot of hope. At I think 3-9 the last 2 years. So. Yeah, I mean, there's probably more reason than that. I got to say, Andrew Luck, one of the most humble guys, and his dad as well, Oliver. Got a chance to get to know him a little bit. I sat with him at one of Andrew's games when Stanford played at Washington State. I drove out there and watched the game, and I sat next to Oliver, and he was up in like the cheap seats like me. He was on like the 5-yard line, and he's like, hey, I recognize you, and I'm Andrew's father. And I'm like, what are you doing sitting in these seats? I thought he'd be up in the booth and everything. And just a very humble guy. So I like.
Did you tell him you named your cat after him?
No, I didn't tell him that. I don't think that's a compliment, Bob. What? I named an animal after you.
Yeah, that's a member of your family for their lifespan.
Okay, so if
that's a compliment.
I'm going to go to the pound and get some mutt, and I'm going to call him Lefko. Do you think he would?
Yeah.
You would like that?
I would recommend you call him
Bob.
Bob.
Your life every single day at work and at home.
Oh, God.
Didn't consider that one, did you?
I think you should go with Bob. I think it's a better one. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, Seahawks have some options in this draft that they haven't had in a couple of seasons. We're going to get into that conversation next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news.
Breaking just now from Jeff Passan. Catcher Cal Raleigh and the Seattle Mariners are finalizing a 6-year, $105 million contract extension.
I love it. Take care of the dumper, man. He is the captain of this team. I think it's safe to say he is the captain of this team, and I'm excited for them, man, because he is he's one of those guys that when you think about this era of the Mariners, he's one of the first names that's going to pop into your head. I'm just happy for Cal. I'm happy for the Mariners. They did the right thing.
Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, and with exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second Cyberknife, and patients can now receive Cyberknife treatment at Swedish, Cherry Hill, and First Hill campuses. And as many of the 710 listeners know, Cyberknife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment option for prostate cancer with proven results. And it uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. Healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. The end result, excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is typically only 5 days, with each session lasting less than an hour. So when diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Baseball is back. Opening day is just 2 days away. Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6.
If you've ever wondered if there's something after death, Tyler Henry proves the answer is yes. Be part of his live audience readings and his jaw-dropping ability to connect with the departed at Muckleshoot Event Center, Thursday, July 10th and Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Experience this evening of hope and healing, bringing peace and closure to loved ones. Tyler Henry proves our loved ones never leave us. Get tickets at muckleshootcasino.com.
Muckleshoot. Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in the show, I don't think I gave the rundown, but Tim Kurkjian will join us at 3:30, talk some baseball with one of the legends in covering the sport, Tim Kurkjian. Another legend, Jon Morosi, legend in the making. He's with us at 4, and then self-proclaimed legend, and he is, El Hombre, Michael Bradley, will join us at 5 o'clock. So you got a lot of legends coming your way in today's show. You can stick around and enjoy all of it on a beautiful sunny day. Enjoy this while it's here. Again, extended weather forecast doesn't look awesome. Maybe it'll turn. Maybe it'll turn for us. But meanwhile, you guys can text in 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. So looking at the Seahawks, I was looking at this last night. They got 3 picks in the first 52, 5 of the first 92. Would you want to see them? They got a bunch of draft capital right now. How would you feel if they packaged some of that and moved up for a player? Would that give you confidence that, wow, they really, because it's not something they normally do. It's been a rare occasion that they do that. But they're at 18 right now. Just hypothetically, let's say they packaged a couple picks and moved into the top 10. How fired up would you be going into the draft knowing they did something like that?
I think either way, we're just going to be shocked and like, whoa, I didn't see that coming. You know, it was interesting. John got on me about, I was like, yeah, you guys don't, remember we were talking about Tyler Lockett.
Mm-hmm.
I said, yeah, you moved up to get him, which is something you guys don't usually do. And he goes, I think that's a little overrated. That gets blown up a little bit. And I'm like,
that they don't do it?
Yeah. I think
they kind of don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a criticism. It's just a statement of facts. It's just not what they normally do.
I don't know. I think that was just something. Maybe it's happened a number of times, but that was like the most significant one, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they've traded up in the later rounds. Moved up into the 6th round out of the 7th, or into the 5th out of the 7th or 6th. Yeah, maybe that. But in terms of a big time move, hey, this is our first pick in this draft, and we are moving up to get this. If they had that level of excitement about a player, I think I'd be fired up. Okay, now we have no idea what position that would be. It could be anything. What if they, I could see people answering this question going, yeah, I'd be fired up if they packaged a couple picks because they just saw something and they said, we're going after it. Mm-hmm. But it would have to be the right, because I could see somebody going, wait, a linebacker? Or, wait, a receiver? Or, I mean, just depends on what they feel their priority should be. And I think a lot of people, if it's anything outside of an O-lineman, they might be a little annoyed, unless it's a quarterback and they feel like, oh, we got our guy for the future.
Yeah, I think as far as fans go, they'd have no problem if you moved up, let's say in the first round by packaging, like you said, 2 or 3 picks, and you're like, and they come out and say, this is the guard that we've been waiting for, right?
Yeah.
Because, I think when you sign a guy like that, or you get a guy like that, it really should be like, okay, they're 20% better, right? Because there's 5 offensive linemen. But I think in people's minds, it would be like, oh, we're 50% better. Just because, we got a guy that we know is going to be in there, and he's, like Ray Roberts likes to say, a PhD at whatever position he's at. And this is going to be one of those, Russell Okung type of moves.
Yeah.
So, I think people would be okay with that. I mean, I think sometimes you look and you go, yeah, they got a lot of picks, but, really, I think what John cherishes the most is, and I don't know how many he thinks is of the players he thinks are first rounders this year, but typically it's only like 17 or 18 of them.
Right, and they're sitting right on the cusp.
Right.
So that's why I was thinking, all right, I could see them potentially. It's not part of what they normally do, at least early in the draft. I'll say that. So I don't know why he would. Because I remember now that you said that he had that reaction, like, it's a little overstated. Or I'm like,
yeah,
really? You certainly have traded down much more than you traded up in the early parts of the draft.
And I think that's what it needed to be said like that in the early parts, because I think he has traded up in the later rounds.
Yeah.
But, to him,
that doesn't count.
Yeah, I think to most fans, they don't really care about that, right?
No.
But for John, like it's every one of them is important. So,
yeah, you trade up in the first round. That represents a level of belief and excitement from the organization about a specific player. You're at 18, and all of a sudden the Seahawks pull off a move, and now they're picking 10th. How are you not fired up if you're a Seahawks fan going, oh, wow, okay, that's not what they do. So that would bring a lot of excitement. But when we talked to John last week, we asked him about, just approaching a draft. Every team's got their draft board and they've got their picks, and this is our number one choice. And just asked him, how often is that player that is on their board as the number one overall pick for them, whatever spot they're in? How often are they actually there when they get to their turn to pick?
I mean, last year stands out with Murph, but I think that's very, very uncommon. Yeah, it's probably you group it in like 2 or 3, and then you say, okay, well, and if all 3 of those guys are gone, or call it 4 maybe, whatever. If those guys are gone, then we need to get out, because now the next level of player is very equivalent. So we might as well get another pick.
So that's interesting that they'll identify 2 or 3, maybe 4 players that they think are worthy of 18, and if all of them are gone at that point.
Yeah,
they're not going, well, all right, the number 5 on our list was this. Well, no, now we're trading out because we don't think that player is worth the 18th overall pick.
Yeah, and the thing that stands out to me is you have to be very disciplined, because I think and have like a formula, like, okay, we're going to consult this, whatever the board is, and somewhere, which would be pretty awesome to be able to get in there and see. They have a room that you can't go into, and it's got all the rankings of everybody in the draft, and that would be very cool to see that. But
it'd be cool to hear the conversation.
Yeah,
like when they're on the clock and they're like, "Hey, we got this guy, and I like this guy," and just hearing people make their cases. Like, is there a debate going on? Is there already some sort of consensus going in, or is this going down to the wire? Like, all right, what's our decision here? We got to make a choice.
Right. Yeah, and what's interesting about this number 18 pick is I feel like that's kind of, just from what I've heard from John over the years, that's kind of about the cutoff, where it's like, okay, everybody else in the first round is not really a first rounder. We don't have a first round rating on him. But one of them that we talked about, what would be the, let me ask you this, what would be the one position, let's say they do package a deal and trade up, and I don't know, it's anywhere higher than 18, okay? What would be the least desirable position that you would
outside
just
of special teams?
Oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me! Why would they do this?
I would say, even though it's a very, I'd say running back.
Yeah,
I'd say running back, because you've had 2 drafts in a row where you spent a second-round pick on a running back. You're going to spend a first-round pick. You're going to move up to take a running back. I mean, I guess I would be excited about, all right, they really believe in this kid, whoever it may be, if it's Genty or whoever. But really, it's by all accounts, this is a very deep running back draft.
Yeah.
And we've seen them find success in the 7th round with Chris Carson, and we've seen free agent running backs. And it just, so not to add to the diminishment of that position, but I feel like you can get a good running back later in the draft. So if they move up to get a running back, I'd be a little like, what are you doing? Why'd you do that?
Well, to support your answer, that running backs get hurt all the time, and so as far as you look at durability, I mean, shoot, right now, if you can get 14, 13 games out of a running back, I feel like you're doing pretty good in the NFL. But I guess to me, it would be receiver. Just because, they Cooper Kupp and MVS. And
wouldn't that make a little more sense, though? Because they signed MVS to a 1-year deal. He's not your long-term plan. He's for this year, and maybe he has a great year and you bring him back. But right now, he's just filling that gap. So you kind of have a spot you need to address for the future. Cooper Kupp is not young. He's not washed. Hopefully, he's still going to be a productive guy. You signed him to a multi-year deal. But he's not a guy you look at who's 24 years old and we got all this time with him. No, he's going to be finding his way out the door fairly soon. So you have, outside of JSN, you still have needs. So that would still make more sense to me than a running back. But I get it.
Yeah, I think that would be one. We talked about tight end, linebacker. I mean, if you put somebody with Ernest Jones, I mean, you got a great kid with Tyrese Knight, but that I could see. But yeah, I guess, and like I said, I always say, I feel like I don't want to say they're a dime a dozen, but receivers, good receivers. I feel like that's not a problem in the NFL like offensive lineman play is.
Yeah. Hey, a reminder, join us live at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. on Thursday before all of the opening day festivities, including a ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro, special platinum and gold glove presentations for Cal and Dylan Moore. So don't miss out. You can grab your opening day tickets today at Mariners.com. One notable NFL quarterback could be without a landing spot this offseason. We'll get into that one next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is just 2 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from SoDo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Bracket busted? Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Brandy Cruz. Hey, Brandy, why? Why First Mark Insurance?
Service. I wondered for a second whether I was getting the VIP treatment, and I kind of asked, hey, is this what you do for everyone? And they're like, of course. The whole First Mark Challenge is meant to be personal, right? So it really is tailored and meant to be a personal experience for every single person. I will say I've just done whatever is the quickest and cheapest type of insurance, and I realized while I was doing it, wow, this is what it feels like to get insurance as a real adult. We had a million questions, and they walked us through every step of the process, and then they're working for you. So they're not working for insurance companies, they're working for you. To experience that level of service really shows you what the difference is with First Mark.
Brandy did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/snap for details.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Just a note for those who are just tuning in. There were conversations happening before you tuned in, so what you're complaining about that we're not talking about may have been talked about prior to your arrival. Just want to put that out there. Got a couple people that seem flabbergasted that we're not talking about this thing. And I'm like, we just spent the whole opening segment on that thing, and now we moved on to this thing, and we'll get back to that thing. But let's not assume we haven't touched on the thing that you find most urgent because you just showed up.
And we love talking about Cal, especially me. And we got Tim Kurkjian coming on at 3:30, and Jon Morosi at 4 o'clock. We'll talk about Cal with them.
Yeah. I like people are excited about it.
Don't ever accuse us of not talking enough about Cal Raleigh. Come on.
That's an impossibility. Even if we're talking about somebody else, Dave will slip in a Cal comment there. That's how it goes.
By the way, if I send somebody, and I call them numbnuts.
Yeah.
If I put a Z at the end, it's kind of more playful. Like I like you. But if I spell it with an S, that means
you think they're a jerk.
You're a numbnuts.
Okay. There you go. There's the distinction. The Z is what you want. You get the S, you're on the bad side.
Yeah.
You're on the bad side of Dave. Meanwhile, there's just taking a look at what's going on in free agency. Still no word on Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, if that's going to happen. If it's not, we know they had a conversation. Where does Russell end up this season? Where does he land? I feel like he's still going to – I know that Cleveland signed Pickett, but I don't know that they feel like he's their answer. I feel like maybe he still ends up in Cleveland, but the choices are becoming few and far between at this point.
Yeah, I think the question is this is a good question, is whether or not he's willing to be a backup. And we had this conversation. Well, I just think in Russ's mind, he does – I mean, we found out he does think pretty highly of himself, and he started off a little bit different. But look, I mean, he's one of the better professional quarterbacks in NFL history, and he did win a Super Bowl and got a team to the playoffs. So I feel like he's going to want to go somewhere where he feels like he can get back on track. I mean, I know exactly what he's thinking. He's thinking, just because I'm 30-something.
37?
That doesn't mean that, and especially for quarterbacks, right? Because we always talk about, they do lose some of their mobility. But, I would say Russ, without his top A game mobility, is still better than a lot of quarterbacks. I mean, Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, and there's lots of guys. So he still has that mobility, but I feel like that's the one thing he's going to do is try to make the case for him being a Hall of Famer, and I think that's very important to him.
Yeah, I could see him just going to a spot. And by the way, he'll be 37 in November, so he's 36. But I could see him just saying, I want to be able to compete for a spot. I want to compete for that starting job.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure he'd love somebody to say, hey, we're going to sign you, and you're our starter, and there's no questions asked. But at this point, I think he's not a dumb guy. He understands wherever he lands is going to be – he's either going to be viewed as a temporary spot holder for the future or whatever their situation is. But Cleveland feels like the most likely spot now because, again, I know they signed Pickett, but I think he could go in there and say, I want to compete with this guy. I can beat this guy out. And they didn't pay Pickett a ton of money, so they could certainly look at bringing Russ in for a year. Maybe he goes back to the Steelers if the Aaron Rodgers thing falls apart. I don't really know where that thing stands. Or first of all, I don't know why there's that much belief that he's going to turn around a franchise in a year.
Yeah,
I mean, I know he's Aaron Rodgers. I know he's been one of the all-time greats, but it has been one of the all-time greats. He's no longer one of the all-time greats.
Yeah. You know what? I think for Russ, the other thing, if you look at his career completion percentage, it's almost 65%.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. And then, you look at the interception totals. I mean, he had the 1 year here in Seattle, but that's when he threw 40 touchdowns.
Yeah, 13's been his worst year, throwing 13 picks.
Yeah, and he's only got double digits, 5 times. His rookie year, he threw 10 interceptions. And I remember there was a streak there his rookie year where, people were talking about benching him and whatnot. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's important. And I do want to see Russell Wilson. I know people are raw with him a little bit, but I do want to see him. I think if you're a good Seahawk fan, that's what you want, right?
Yeah, he'll be back here in the Ring of Honor. He'll be – look, he's the greatest quarterback in the history of this organization to this point. Whether you love him or hate him, that's just what it is. He is that guy. And I would imagine, much like we've seen with other teams where there's been, hard feelings on the way out for certain players that, they're welcome back after a number of years after they're Brett Favre in Green Bay, that whole situation. So I could see him being brought back here and being a Ring of Honor guy with Bobby Wagner and potentially Sherman. And, I don't know if Marshawn gets out, how many guys from that era get up there, but he's part of that. He's a major part of that. So, yeah, whether you love him or hate him now, it is. I still marvel at how extreme it's been with him, because when he was here, you just could not even be objective about it. There was just a segment of the fan base that just would not tolerate any sort of criticism on thrown his way. They just wouldn't have it. And now it's completely flipped to where if you throw anything that's not a criticism his way, they're not tolerating it. It's so extreme with him. There's no in between.
Yeah. Well, I think the nature of how he left is different than other players, but yeah, I mean, but I'm just looking at his numbers. Is it Hall of Fame worthy? I had Brady Henderson on a few months ago, and we were talking about when they did the last round of Hall of Fame. Sterling Sharp. And Brady was just like, I'm sorry, he's not a Hall of Famer. I mean, he's a 7-year guy. He had 1,461 was his highest yard total, and he only played for 7 years. Like his first year, he had 790 yards in reception yardage and 55 catches, and then 7 years. So I don't know. That's where I hold out hope that, like, if Sterling Sharp can get in. And no offense to him personally or anything, but I tend to agree with Brady. But if you go back and look at Russell Wilson's numbers right now, and like I said, the totals, especially if you just look at, certain categories.
350 touchdowns, 111 picks, 46,000 yards.
Yeah.
I don't know. A career quarterback rating of just about 100, 99.8.
I wonder if he thinks, yeah, I probably need to have, because I don't blame him for being this late in his career. I wouldn't blame him for wanting to go to a team where, hey, this is what will give me my best chance to put up good numbers so I can solidify that.
Yeah, or maybe he's like
that.
you. Maybe he's like, it's no good on the outside. I want to play until they drag me off the field.
Well, remember his workout ethic and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have that.
He loves the game.
He's obsessive about it.
He loves ball, Dave. So
Yes,
he's going to play, I think, as long as people give him opportunities to play.
He's also, as Lefko would say, a ball knower.
That's right.
As well.
That's right. Okay, coming up, there's a looming uncertainty over one aspect of this Mariners roster. We're going to get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
There is no offensive problem in Seattle when Julio is hot. None. All of the offensive problems that the Mariners have had in the last couple of years disappear when Julio's hot.
Yeah, you can put all that pressure on Julio, and it's all about Julio. And if Julio goes, everybody else goes. But we also know every rotation that comes in says, don't let that guy get going. So we will not give him much to hit.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows, and an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Paid political advertisement. Did you know insurance companies don't always pay what they should when your car is totaled? Too many Washington drivers are forced to accept lowball payouts or pay out of pocket for repairs their insurance should cover. But SB 5721 can change that. This bill holds insurers accountable, ensuring they provide fair vehicle valuations and cover the full cost of repairs. It also creates a simple, fast dispute resolution process, so you don't have to fight alone. Stand up for fair coverage. Visit fairautoclaims.com to contact your lawmakers and tell them, support Senate Bill 5721, sponsored by the Washington Independent Collision Repairers Association.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The big news around the Mariners, the Mariners have locked up a very big part of this team moving forward. That'd be catcher Cal Raleigh. They've agreed to a 6-year, $105 million contract extension, tying the reigning Platinum Glove Award winner to the franchise that drafted him into the next decade. 28 years old. He would have been 31 had he gone through all of his years of arbitration. So the Mariners cut what seems to be a very team-friendly deal with him. It could extend up to $123 million with some incentives in there, but Cal Raleigh, a full no-trade clause in there as well. So all things going his way on that one. Meanwhile, the NBA informed teams today that it intends for the salary cap to increase 10% for the 25-26 season. That, according to sources, the growth in salary cap next season is the maximum allowed and aligns with projections the NBA sent teams last June.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Coming up at 3:30, Tim Kurkjian will join us, talk some baseball with him. Looking forward to that conversation, so stay tuned for that. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Looking at this team, Dave, going into the season, I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm excited for the season to start, but there's one aspect beyond the offense that's got me a little concerned, and that's the defense.
Yeah, I've come to hear your remarks over the last few weeks that's a concern of yours.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence, certainly in the infield.
Why do you hate Perry Hill?
I don't hate Perry Hill. I think he's going to have two magic wands to get this infield up to snuff, because I don't think, outside of J.P. Crawford, who can be good, I don't think he's elite, and I don't think he was great last year.
Well, I'm not trying to blow the horn for as far as Polanco that he's fixed at the plate, whatever. But he had a pretty good spring and with the bat. So
at the plate, yeah.
But
I worry about third base.
Yeah.
I worry about second. I don't know. First of all, I don't know if it's going to be your guy Dylan Moore or if it's going to be Ryan Bliss, because I think Dylan has been sick for the past couple of days, is what I heard, and he had a dreadful spring. In terms of what he did at the plate. So how much they take that into account, I don't know, but we'll see. And then you've got your platoon at first base between Rowdy Tellez and Luke Raley, and I don't know where Solano fits in, if he's just going to spot all these different spots for these guys. And then left field would be I like the outfield. Certainly love the offense of the outfield, and I love the defense of your center and right fielders with Robles and Julio. Arozarena's a little shaky out there. Takes some interesting routes on fly balls and doesn't have a cannon arm. But, yeah, I think defense is something we don't talk. We talk all about the offense for good reason. It's been problematic for years. But this is a year where I'm just looking at who they've got out there, and there's a lot of uncertainty with the defense. For me, there is. And
well, of course, yeah.
I hope that gets proven to be, worrying about nothing. They're going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is, it does look like there's going to be some struggles a little bit just based on their career paths, right? But, hopefully it doesn't come at times that are, glaring, that like, oh, we lost the game because of that, because of this error or that error. And, and I know a lot of times it happens early on, and it's not like you can necessarily pinpoint it, but then there are a lot of times where you're like, well, if we'd had that ground ball in the second, that run wouldn't have scored, and this, that, and the other. So, but yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting to keep track of, what the errors are, and, is it really that big of a mess? But, I mean, the good news is JP, really his struggles are more at the plate, right? And same thing with, with Dylan Moore.
Mm-hmm.
It's more about that.
Yeah, I think
defense.
Yeah, I mean, JP is my most certain glove in that infield.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have awesome range. He's not great left to right. He doesn't have a ton of range that way.
Well, and we said that about him as a base runner as well. It looks like he's running fast. He's not really that fast.
Yeah, he's got, I would say, average speed.
Good.
He's not slow, but he's not a burner by any stretch. So, but he's a guy who'll make that play. He gets his hands on the ball. He's going to make the throw more often than not. He's going to, it's just he doesn't have the best range. And I don't know what the sabermetrics numbers are attached to him, whether they enforce that or not. But just looking at Polanco at third, Ryan Divish was on, and he was talking about Polanco and how he's looked good offensively, defensively, a little different.
He's looked great at the plate. I mean, he's hit the ball really hard from both sides of the plate. Looks really comfortable, doesn't look off balance. Definitely looks like he's a guy that has his legs underneath of him. He talked about last year just going up to the plate, not having the strength in the left knee to really drive off of it or land on it when he was swinging. In the field is a little shaky. I mean, I wouldn't say he's a great defensive third baseman. I wouldn't even say he's an average third baseman right now. I mean, he could get better. I think we saw Josh Rojas improve throughout the last season. The more he worked with Perry Hill and did the work daily, but right now it looks a little rough at times, and I don't know how much they're going to play him right away because they have a lot of utility infielders and such. They can make some moves and play him. They could DH him a couple days. They can do some stuff. They can get creative.
Yeah, it's funny. Eugenio, remember, he was a problem in spring the first year, and he had several errors, and then he turned into a pretty good third baseman.
But he was a good third baseman in Cincinnati. And they had him playing some short. I remember they were talking about
most of his errors were at short.
But that's a different, like, Polanco didn't look good at second. Like, the arm doesn't look good from second to first. I don't know how it looks from third to first. Maybe his range was limited because of his knee. So certainly willing to give him the opportunity, and we'll see. But it sounds like, just based on what Divish is saying there, like, and maybe they don't play him there every day. Maybe he's a DH one day, he's playing third one day, Solano plays third one day. I don't know how they're going to do it. I'm sure they're going to run him out there and see how he grabs that position. And as the weeks go on and he's working with Perry Hill, how much does he improve? But yeah, we didn't see him play third base when we were out there. We only saw 2 games, and he was hitting. He was a DH. He wasn't playing third when we saw him. So didn't get a chance to watch his defense. But it's based on watching him at second, yeah, you go into the season with a little bit of concern. Like, all right, well, how does that translate? Hopefully it's a step forward. Hopefully he can find some, he doesn't have to be as rangy left to right as he was at second. Maybe that'll help him. We'll find out, but maybe he's just going to be a spot guy there.
Well, the one thing about Eugenio was he had a rocket arm, man. Yeah. It was phenomenal watching that. But yeah, I mean, I have a lot of faith in Perry Hill, and I think it. It's not like they're going to be, well, maybe it will be. But I always thought, I don't picture they're just like error at third, error at first, error at second. Oh, my God, look at this whole thing's falling apart. I don't know. I feel like with Perry Hill, he's done such a good job with guys and as Mike wrote, both Suarez and Rojas turned out to be pretty good defensive third basemen.
Yeah. So we'll see what kind of magic he can work over there. Meanwhile, a huge step happened for the Mariners bullpen yesterday. We'll dive into what that means for the season coming up next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is just 2 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something?
Boat wins!
Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing?
Boat wins!
Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing?
Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Don't miss Good American Family.
We have a little girl here for adoption. She has dwarfism.
Starring Ellen Pompeo and Mark Duplass.
Something is off.
She's just a little girl. You think she's faking?
She has adult teeth. There are signs of puberty.
Inspired by the shocking stories that tore a family apart.
I don't know what's going on. How old are you?
You should get a lawyer.
You have no idea how those people hurt this girl.
The Hulu original series, Good American Family. New episodes Wednesdays, streaming on Hulu.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when truck month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Oh! Trucks and trucks and trucks.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
On March 28th,
a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring it home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
You do this Daredevil long.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 3:30, Tim Kurkjian will join us to talk some baseball, so stick around for that. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. You guys can text in at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac & Jack's Brewing Company. Taking a look at the bullpen. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about the bullpen. We've certainly talked about just about every other spot on this team, but there was a welcome appearance the other day coming out of the bullpen, a man we've come to know and love. Matt Brash making an appearance.
He delivers. Swing and a miss. There it was. Pulled the string. And Matt Brash, 3 pitches and the punch out. 1 away.
Heck with 2025 springtime debut. Fastball, nasty slider. See you later. Take a seat and watch your buddy hit. That was a nasty breaking ball from Matt Brash. What a start.
Oh, it's so great to see.
It is great to see. You need him. He was missed last year. Guys got put in different positions and high leverage situations that they just didn't seem to be equipped for. So having him back will be huge for this bullpen. And he looked good when we were down there. I was watching him throw, and he was throwing hard when we were down there. This is his first appearance, and he looked good. I'm sure they're going to baby step him, into the season. They're not going to rush him, but that's great news.
Yeah, well, whatever website I'm looking at, we were talking about during the break, says that the source was ESPN, but, he's coming off the Tommy Johns, and so they said expected return is in May, early May. But that sure was a good outing. It sounded like that was one of those nasty sliders that he has. And I just always worry about him because of, he's not the biggest guy in the world. Not that really matters, but, you just look at how he contorts his body when he makes those pitches. That's the part that worries you, that it's unsustainable.
Yeah, well, you hope, like any injury, that, like ACLs or things like that, they tend to be stronger once the athlete gets past the mental part of it, that they trust the injury and they trust the ligament and everything's back where it should be. We talked to him at spring training, and he seemed totally at peace with, like, no, I'm good. I feel great and on schedule and everything's good. So, yeah, he's such a huge piece of that bullpen that having him back is an absolute weapon. Now, if you can get Santos in there too, and I don't know what to expect from Santos. I know what they talked about him being, but we just never really got a chance to see it because he was hurt for the majority of the season, came back briefly, got hurt again. So we'll see what he does out there, but he's another, power arm that I don't know if they've got him in mind for high leverage situations. They want him in the middle of the game where they see him, and maybe they'll baby step him since they probably don't really know how the season's going to go for him either. Are you going to treat him with kid gloves and not put too much strain on him out of the gates because he's been so injury prone? Or I'm curious to see how they handle him.
Yeah, well, and the good news is there's a pretty healthy number of guys that are recognizable, like Colin Snyder. You've got Trent Thornton. That's another guy that looked really good last year at certain times, and Taylor Saucedo, and I know Troy Taylor, I think he is on he's got like a strained lat, but he's expected to return early part of April. Gabe Spire. So, yeah, I mean, there's, I don't know, I feel like they've done a good job over the last couple years of keeping guys fairly healthy and doing okay they always seem to find a way to get, they'll bring in some no-name guy, and then all of a sudden, he is a guy like Trent Thornton. Trent, he certainly doesn't look like a fearsome, big bullpen pitcher. That's for sure.
He's not physically imposing.
No, but he is. He's nasty, and he's also a little bit psychotic. So we love that about him.
You just like that because of his glasses, right?
Well, I mean, he also warms up to a lunatic fringe, and yeah,
he's embracing the uncertainty people feel when they look at him.
Yeah,
he's embracing that. Yeah, I mean, they've done a nice job. We've talked about it over the years, whether it's Seawald or Topa or any of these other players that you probably never heard their name mentioned prior to their arrival in Seattle, and then they became guys that were counted upon in big time situations. And look, Brash is that guy. You need Brash to Munoz. You need that handoff. If that's how it's going to go. And I know Munoz isn't strictly a ninth inning guy. They bring him in other high leverage situations, but having those two is massive. And if Gregory Santos was sort of the one that we don't really talk about because he was just never really present. I don't think anybody has a feeling on him one way or the other. He could be huge for this bullpen if he can stay healthy. And they can harness what he's got there and turn him into what they were hoping he was going to be when they initially signed him to this deal. So he's more the unknown. You know what you get from Brash when he's healthy.
Right.
You know what to expect. You know what to expect from Thornton. You know what to expect from these other. I don't know what to expect from Santos.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's a list of guys that are good soldiers, right? Like, Trent Thornton and Taylor Saucedo and Troy Taylor and Gabe Spire. But then, the guys that are really special, Andres Munoz, of course, and then Matt Brash. I mean, it just, when you hear people talking about how he has one of the most amazing pitches in MLB history, that was a couple of years ago where that came out. People were throwing that one around. But that's where I feel like it could be really dynamic if they can keep Brash healthy, certainly Munoz. And then, as you've been talking about with Gregory Santos, just the one time I remember seeing his outing, I think it was against the Padres, and he looked really good, but I think he threw like 7 pitches or 8 pitches and then exited the game.
Yeah.
So, just don't really know what to think about him other than we know what his reputation is.
Yeah, I mean, when we did see him, he had a little bit of attitude out there. He's a little animated, kind of like that about him.
Yeah,
he throws the ball hard. I mean, there's reasons to be excited about his potential. We just didn't really get a chance to experience it one way or the other because he was injured briefly there for a hot minute and then injured again. So it was hard to even remember I remember him getting animated with a hitter up there at. I don't remember who it was or what the circumstances were, but that's really what stood out about him to me in the season. Was a moment where he looked like he was barking at a hitter about something.
Yeah, it was one of the Padres hitter. I think it was
Padres.
It was Jerickson Profar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they kind of got into it a little bit, and and I think shortly after that he got injured or something. So it was kind of like the opposite of seeing. Like a Rosarena at the plate when, how he kind of gives pitchers the stare down and things like that. Same thing with Victor Robles. Yeah, it was kind of the same thing with him, with Santos. So I like that side of him, and he's kind of the wild thing, right?
Yeah, he could be. He could be. Hopefully he's available and we get a chance to experience it. A reminder, you can join us live at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. on Thursday before all of the opening day festivities, including a ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro and special platinum and gold glove presentations for Cal and Dylan Moore. So don't miss out. You can grab your opening day tickets today at mariners.com. Coming up, he's always got great stories and great insight about the game of baseball. Tim Kurkjian is going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news.
Breaking just now from Jeff Passan, catcher Cal Raleigh and the Seattle Mariners are finalizing a 6-year, $105 million contract extension.
I love it. Take care of the dumper, man. He is the captain of this team. I think it's safe to say he is the captain of this team, and I'm excited for them, man, because he's one of those guys that when you think about this era of the Mariners, he's one of the first names that's going to pop into your head. I'm just happy for Cal. I'm happy for the Mariners. They did the right thing.
Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice from more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Down, set, Pizza Hut, Hut! Make the play of the game with Pizza Hut. Buy any large Pizza Hut pizza and get another one free. Use code HUT at checkout. That's code HUT for a buy one, get one free exclusive offer to 710 Seattle Sports listeners. No one out pizzas the Hut.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law. Battle-tested.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Paid political advertisement. Did you know insurance companies don't always pay what they should when your car is totaled? Too many Washington drivers are forced to accept lowball payouts or pay out of pocket for repairs their insurance should cover. But SB 5721 can change that. This bill holds insurers accountable, ensuring they provide fair vehicle valuations and cover the full cost of repairs. It also creates a simple, fast dispute resolution process so you don't have to fight alone. Stand up for fair coverage. Visit faiراutoclaims.com to contact your lawmakers and tell them support Senate Bill 5721, sponsored by the Washington Independent Collision Repairers Association.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Wyman and Bob. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mariners get the season underway Thursday here at T-Mobile Park when the A's come to town, and we cannot wait for the season to start. Amanda, I know, gets excited every single year for baseball season to start. It just does not grow old. Neither does this guy. He's a legend in the sport, and he's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. The one, the only Tim Kurkjian is here. Tim, how are you, my friend?
I'm well, fellas. 45th opening day for me. And you're right. I'm just as excited. I don't care how corny this sounds about this one as my first one. Still one of the great days ever.
It's not corny at all. It's just how it goes. By the end of the season, maybe you're ready for a break, and after a few months go by, you start going, when do pitchers and catchers report? Okay, spring training, all right, and it's perfect. It's just I can't wait for it either, and we're excited about the news out here. The Mariners making a move to lock up part of their core in Cal Raleigh to a 6-year, $105 million deal. Could be up to $123 million with incentives. But my first blush reaction to that, Tim, is just in baseball terms. I look at Cal as, if he's not the best catcher in baseball, he's in that conversation. That almost felt like kind of a bargain for the Mariners. Does that seem about right financially, or would you have expected him to get more? Where were you at on that?
Well, I think the Mariners did really well because they wrapped up arguably the best catcher in the game for 6 years. It's just so hard to find anyone who's 28 years old, has power from both sides of the plate, is an elite defensive catcher with as good a throwing arm as there is in the game, and has a baseball IQ off the charts, meaning he understands the art of pitching and what it takes to get the best out of his guys. He is a team leader. He has a great sense of humor. There is nothing not to like about him, and I think this is a great deal for the Mariners to lock up, this guy for this amount of time. Because what it does, fellas, and you know this, it shows every other team in baseball, look, the Mariners are trying to win. They're not going to allow their best players to get away long term. That's what happens when you lock up somebody for this long.
And then also, what do you think, Tim, is the amount of money that, let's say that he stayed with Boris and had gone out on the free agent market. I mean, it seems like he's leaving some money on the table, but I think, in the long run with endorsements and things like that and just what he wants out of the game, I think he'll be ahead. But as far as that goes, also just kind of shows his humility a little bit, which is what you want from a teammate, right?
Absolutely. I love it that somebody probably could have gotten more by going out to free agency and doing all that. This guy said, I want to stay here. This is where I belong. These are my teammates. These are my fans. This is my city. And, fellas, he's the son of a coach, and I am a huge believer, after all these years of covering baseball, that when you grow up in a baseball family like this with a dad who's your coach, you understand the game better than most, and that is maybe Cal Raleigh's biggest strength, is just the recognition of the competition and how much he wants to win for the Mariners. That's great. We need more of these stories in baseball.
So, Tim, this is the time of year where everybody's optimistic about the chances of the team they root for or the team they play for, if you're a player, certainly. But I'm curious from the outside how you view this Mariners team. There's a lot of hand-wringing about what this team did not do in the offseason. The offense looked pretty solid in spring, but it is spring, so you take those numbers with a grain of salt. What is your expectation for this team?
Well, I think they're certainly a playoff contender. I think they're good enough to win the division. I don't think they're the best team in the division. I think the Rangers are better. I think the Astros are better. But this is baseball, fellas. Last year, the Tigers, the Guardians, and the Royals all made the playoffs, and I'm not sure a lot of people saw any of those three making the playoffs. So anything is possible, especially when you have this kind of starting pitching. And now it's a cliche. If they can only get to the playoffs, they can run the table with this kind of starting pitching and with this kind of power arms in the bullpen. The question is, are they going to score enough runs to get them into the playoffs? It's a huge question. That ballpark is really difficult in which to hit, and they're just going to need a lot of big-time comeback seasons from some guys if that's going to happen. I can't say I'm confident about their offense because it has been disappointing, but their pitching is so good you cannot overlook the Mariners.
Was that puzzling to you, Tim, when you look at – I mean, they do things differently, right? I mean, you got to give them credit for drafting and developing a guy like Cal Raleigh, and then same thing with the rotation, but their lack of activity, based on what they have in that rotation. Because we have now – people are talking about how Bryce Miller or Brian Wu might be the guys that make it to the All-Star game. But how surprising was it that they were so inactive during the free agency period?
Yeah, I thought they would do something because they are one of the very, very few teams that has a surplus of starting pitching. Now, let's look at it the other way first. When you have this kind of starting pitching, and not many teams do, why don't you keep your one strength that separates you from everybody else? And I think that makes some sense. However, when you have struggled this badly on offense in the last few years, I thought they were going to take one of those young pitchers and move him for a hitter. But how many other teams have we talked about? The Orioles and even the Cubs, who were after Alex Bregman and then came up short. How many other teams out there did we say, boy, they didn't do much this offseason? Well, a lot of teams do that. It's a difficult time when there's so many teams out there spending so much money. But the bottom line is this. I thought the Mariners would do more. Now they're up against it offensively to see if they can score enough runs.
So what's your just kind of looking forward? We were talking about this. It's a huge move with Cal. I love that they got this done. And now you start thinking about, all right, you got those four young guys we've just been talking about in the rotation. What's the likelihood of them? I don't know how many they can re-sign. I mean, that's assuming health and productivity. They're all young guys in baseball dollars. They're making nothing right now. So the idea that they could do something similar with all four of those guys, realistically speaking, what do you put the chances of that?
Well, realistically, they're not going to sign all of those guys because the Mariners have some money, but they're obviously not in the same arena as so many other big market teams out there. So I would hang on to those young guys for now since you haven't moved them, hope that they develop, and you're just going to have to be active at the trade deadline once you get there if you have a chance to make the playoffs. And then maybe that is the time to, take a starting pitcher and move him for a big-time hitter because you may not need 5 starters in the postseason. You need 5 to get you there, but if you can get close, then you add a bat. That might be what the Mariners are looking at a few months from now.
Tim, you mentioned the Texas Rangers, and just curious what you think makes them the winner of the AL West.
Well, their offense was devastating in 2023, and I think it's going to be similar this year. A lot of their guys got hurt last year. Some other star players had down seasons. I cannot see that happening again for the Rangers. Now, when I tell you I think they're going to win the division, I'm not sure of anything in the American League right now. I must tell you, this is as jumbled an American League as I've seen in a long time. I don't see a great team in the American League right now. So the Rangers could win the division, and they could also finish in third place. The Astros could win the division and finish in third. Same with the Mariners. I did a radio show the other day about the American League East. There were 5 guys on the show, and there were 5 different picks to win the division from the American League East. 5! I've never heard that before, but this is where we are in the American League, which is why everyone in Seattle has to take a step back and say, give me a great team. Give me a team that's way better than we are. I just don't see them. I just like that Ranger offense so much, especially with Wyatt Langford having a second full season here and Jacob deGrom being back. We're not sure what they're going to get from him, but I just love the way they swing the bat.
When it comes to the Astros, I have PTSD, Tim. I just anytime I think they're done, they're dead, it's over, they crawl their way back. I mean, last year the Mariners had a 10-game lead in June, I think it was, and they ended up not even making the playoffs, and the Astros do what they do. So now I look at it and go, all right, well, you don't have Tucker, you lost Bregman, you've got some problems with your starting pitchers already. Yet I can't bring myself to write them off. What do you, when you look at the way this team's constructed now with Altuve in left field and everything they've done, do you still look at them and go, all right, you have to keep your eye on them, or do you feel like, no, there's just been too much attrition there, and maybe with the pitching with McCullers and Diaz with this elbow soreness, it's going to be problematic?
Yeah, I never overlook the Astros. I've learned my lesson there. I think I've said at least 2 other times, oh, they lost too much, they're not going to be the Astros, and then they win the division. And last year, fellas, they went from 10 games behind to 5 games ahead in 52 days. That's just unbelievable. And the 69 Mets went from 10 behind to 5 ahead in 35 days. So it's been done before, but I don't think the Astros are as good as they were last year or the year before with some pitching issues, but I refuse to count them out. Now they have Christian Walker to play first base every day.
Yeah.
That's really going to help.
Yeah, by the way, I said I meant Garcia he's got elbow soreness, so they've got some issues with the rotation, but anyway.
Well, and Tim, I don't know if you've noticed it here in Seattle, but people are not letting the Houston Astros off the hook. It's been years since the scandal, and I don't know if you've noticed that here in Seattle, but Jose Altuve and Bregman, when he was there, they got booed here. I feel like more than most places, but you might know better than me.
No, they get booed everywhere, and I certainly understand. I have a slightly different look at this. I think it's time to move on from that. I think it's time to change the conversation, but I don't think we ever will, as long as Altuve and Bregman and the rest of those guys are still playing. I'm also a believer. Look, it really helps if you know what's coming, but when you're facing George Kirby at his best, and he could tell you what he's going to throw, and you still can't hit it. That's how good the stuff is today. So what the Astros did, they got punished for it. I know a lot of people thought they should have been punished more. I think it's time to move on. I think it's time to change the subject, but I'm not a fan, and all sorts of fans are never going to forget that.
Yeah, I won't forget it, Tim. I'm going to hang on to that like grim death.
Bob, he's keeping the hate alive.
Well, in part, I do it, kind of for fun, but also I love that the Mariners have a rival now. That there's a team that we can look at and go, oh, I hate that. That is a sports hate. It makes it fun forever. Tim, you know this. The Mariners didn't have a rival. They weren't really in the thick of it. They didn't really have a team we could look at and go, ugh, can't stand those guys. Can't wait to beat that team. Now with the Astros, you got that team that's fun to hate, and for legitimate reasons, in my opinion. I thought they handled it really poorly. I think that's why it stuck around so long, as they just had sort of a defiance to them in the face of all of it. But I think it's kind of good that they've become a rival for the Mariners, and probably some other time. I'm sure the Dodgers have no love lost for that team either.
Right. Look, every great drama needs a hero and needs a villain, and the Astros have served that pretty well. There are a lot of other teams. The Yankees for years were like that. Some people look at the Dodgers like that. Look, I understand, but I'm just not as emotionally invested when I'm not rooting for anyone. It's a lot easier for me as an objective guy covering all 30 teams.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Hey, you brought up the Dodgers, and we've seen the angst that has followed that team in terms of the amount of money they've spent and how they built that team, and other teams saying it's not fair. And ultimately, I guess the question is, does this lead to some sort of salary cap, or does it lead to some sort of change in the structure of how they're deferring all of this money to years in advance, years down the road, I should say? Do you see any change coming about based on how this has gone?
Yeah, I don't see a salary cap. Look, fellas, I covered the 81 strike, and that's what the strike was about, among other things, was a salary cap. We're not going to get a salary cap anytime soon. We might get a work stoppage before we get a salary cap. But, yes, I think Major League Baseball is going to look at the way things are done and say the Dodgers are following the rules that Major League Baseball has set up for them and for everyone else. If a lot of other teams were in the same boat financially, revenue-wise, resource-wise as the Dodgers, they might do the same thing. Is it good for baseball? I can't imagine how it's good for baseball, but I refuse to say that the Dodgers are breaking all these rules. They're not. They're just following the rules that have been set in baseball, and those rules need to be examined because that's a lot of deferred money over the next many, many years.
Tim, you said 45 opening days. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm a really old guy, but
I wasn't trying to stick it to you.
No, I've always loved opening day. It's always meant so much, and I can't wait for the games to count. You guys know this. Spring training is great until we start to say, hey, these games don't matter. Let's start to play a game that matters, because everything changes when the games matter. And I can't wait till Thursday to watch games, Friday morning to get up and drink a Diet Mountain Dew at 5:30 in the morning and watch and look at all the box scores. That's what I do. That's what I've done most of my life, all my life, and I can't wait for Thursday and for Friday morning.
Diet Mountain Dew. Hey, any stand out to you in particular of the 45 opening days?
Well, in 1982, the Rangers, I was covering them. They got snowed out 3 games in New York. 3 games. They opened in Cleveland before like 75,000 people. And then the next day, there were like 1,300 people in the stands after 73,000. So on opening day 82, George Wright, center fielder for the Rangers, gets 3 hits. He's a rookie. So I go to George and I say, George, you have a good time today? And he goes, yeah, I've never been to a Major League game before. So the first game he had ever attended, he got 3 hits. Think about that for a second.
It's amazing.
That is.
That's amazing. Is there a city you think does it differently than others in a good way? I've told these guys here, I lived in St. Louis for a little over a year, and I've been to opening days at Wrigley when I lived in Chicago and L.A. for the Dodgers, the Angels, certainly out here for the Mariners. Baseball's religion in St. Louis, and that's a day where nobody's at work. The streets are full of people. There's tailgating going on. It's like an NFL Sunday. It was unlike anything I experienced baseball-wise in St. Louis. Have you had a city that stood out to you in that way?
Well, St. Louis has always been at the top for me for exactly what you're talking about. And again, I'm dating myself, but when Ozzie Smith used to run out on the field for the home opener in the bottom of the first inning and do a backflip and land at shortstop, that was as breathtaking a thing as you'll ever see. And again, I'm also old enough to remember when the season always began in Cincinnati, and they ran a parade down the streets of Cincinnati, and the ceremonial first pitch of the season was always thrown there. That stuff still matters to me. We don't do that kind of stuff anymore, and I certainly understand why. But I sure miss watching Ozzie do a backflip, and I sure miss the parade in Cincinnati.
Hey, we talked about Cal Raleigh, and he's one of those guys that we put out there and want everybody to know this is a Seattle Mariner. But who are some of the guys in the league right now that really you think represent MLB well?
Well, we have a lot of them. Let's just start with another catcher. Adley Rutschman is the face of the Orioles. He had a very difficult second half of the season last year. I saw him play this spring. I did a game that they did against the Red Sox from the booth, and he hit a home run in his first at bat. And I love to see a comeback story from a guy in your neck of the woods. There are so many players out there that represent the game so well and represent their teams so well. And two of them are catchers, one that just signed, and let's hope for the Orioles' sake that they can get Adley Rutschman signed because he needs to stay there and be the face of the franchise.
Hey, Tim, do you like the season starting the way it does with the Tokyo series? It's kind of odd, especially if you're a Dodgers or a Cubs fan, that you've got a record, you're 2-0 or you're 0-2, and then you come back and you play spring training games, and then you start again. It's an oddity. Do you like that? Would you rather see, the season start in America, or you think this is good?
Look, I am a tired old man, but I'm okay with this now. If you watch those games, and of course I did, you recognize how much baseball is celebrated in Japan and really all over the world. So I think that's a good thing. Would I rather have all 15 teams playing, all 30 teams playing on the same day and opening in Cincinnati? Well, that's how I grew up. So, yes, that part of me would love to see that. But this is all about money. It's all about growing the game. And those two games in Japan were really fun to watch. And the way that the Japanese players, played in that series made it even better. So I'm all for progress, and this is a way to do things a little differently and maybe a little better.
Hey, last one before we let you go, Tim. I just want to get your take on what we saw in spring training. I think they said it was at 60% of the parks, and that was the automated ball and strike, the challenge system. I thought was, I hadn't seen it before, certainly read about it, but being out there in spring training, we saw it firsthand, and I really liked it. First of all, I loved how fast it is. I mean, it is, maybe 5 seconds, 6, 7 seconds at best. I mean, it's really quick. And I don't know. It feels like it's inevitable. We're going to see it at the major league level. Is that something you embrace or something you'd rather not see?
All right, it's inevitable. It is coming. Not this year. I don't think next year either, but it is coming. And I did a game in Clearwater, Red Sox and Phillies, and there were like 6 challenges in the first 2 innings. But they did go quickly. It was a little bit confusing. They have to work out some of the kinks. But that's what the minor leagues and spring training is all about. I just hope that Major League Baseball doesn't do this until they're absolutely certain that as many problems are ironed out before they put it in a big league game. Look, again, I'm 68 years old. Sometimes I think we have way too much technology in the game, and this is only going to bring more of it in. But I'm willing to watch because I saw it this spring, and I think there's some value to it.
Hey, Tim, really quick, everybody loves your laugh. So is it SVP, is it Scott Van Pelt that makes you, of all the guys that you work with, who makes you laugh the most?
Well, he does because he's the master of all accents and all dialects, and he's from Maryland like I am, and the long "ew" that people say in Baltimore is one of the funniest things ever. It tickles me every time I hear it. I was in the grocery store not that long ago, and a total stranger comes up to me and says, "Make sure you ask Scott Van Pelt to tell you who the goalie is on the World Cup women's soccer team." And the answer was Hope Solo. So I'm getting requests in the frozen food aisle at the Safeway for Scott Van Pelt. So, yes, he makes me laugh, and I'm all for a hearty laugh, especially when you're covering baseball for a living, sports for a living. It's all good.
Oh, that's great. Well, Tim, you're the best, man. We always love the conversation and really, really appreciate you taking some time with us as always. And hopefully we get a chance to talk again soon. Thanks so much.
Okay, fellas. See you.
There you go. There's Tim Kurkjian, everybody, baseball legend who just loves. I love that after 45 years, 45 opening days, he's just as excited about this one as any other.
It's pretty awesome. I love that tradition that goes along with baseball.
Yeah,
I think it's the one that's the most. I feel like ritualistic.
Oh yeah, it leans on its history in a way that other sports just don't, and embraces it. There's a charm to the history of baseball. And he represents that in a great way. And if you guys just tuned in, didn't catch all that conversation with Tim Kurkjian, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture and click on that, and it'll be right there waiting for you. Don't forget, you can just click subscribe and never have to worry about it again. Just shows up for you, totally free. Meanwhile, we've got more terrific baseball insight coming your way. The one, the only Jon Morosi will join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
The Mariners announced the launch of Root Sports Stream app. Access to all Root Sports programming, including Mariners games and other Mariners-related content. No blackouts, no cable or satellite subscription or contract required. That's great news. Oh, this is going to save me some money. Thank you, Mariners. Thank you.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Something amazing is happening when power outages strike. Teams are powering through them. That's because CDW Solutions architects are building more resilient IT and electrical infrastructures with Schneider Electric. With EcoCare remote monitoring services and 24/7 support, your organization can do more than keep the lights on. Schneider Electric and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Schneider Electric.
We were the Humane Society of the United States. 70 years of fighting for animals. Today, we are called Humane World for Animals, a name that reflects our unstoppable commitment to end animal cruelty globally. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
Bracket busted? Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago.
I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box packaged food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com, and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Well, and I'm one of those 4,000 people. I'm incredibly proud of my transformation. It started with just a 15-minute phone call where I learned how easy the program was and decided that it was right for me. I encourage you to make that phone call for yourself. It's only 15 minutes, and it can have a lasting impact.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the big news for the Mariners, they lock up their catcher, Cal Raleigh, in a 6-year, $105 million contract extension. The Platinum Glove Award winner will be here for the foreseeable future at 28 years old, third-round pick out of Florida State in 2018. One of the best catchers, if not the best in all of baseball. He can make up to $123 million with incentives and has a full no-trade clause. Meanwhile, in the world of the NFL, the New York Giants and free agent quarterback Russell Wilson reached agreement today on a one-year deal worth up to $21 million. Includes $10.5 million guaranteed. That, according to sources, speaking with Adam Schefter.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I've never heard a person walk out of the stadium and say, wow, I wish that game would have included more waiting.
He is an endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge.
José Berríos, el lanzador de Puerto Rico en el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol.
Jon Morosi, every week with Wyman and Bob.
You're being serious with me right now?
He's here, everybody. Each and every week, we look forward to this conversation, talking baseball with one of the best in the business and just one of the nicest people you could ever imagine meeting. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. The one, the only Jon Morosi is here. How are you, my friend?
Outstanding. Happy opening week and happy Cal Raleigh Extension Day, my friends, to all who celebrate. Certainly a great day for the Mariner organization all the way around.
Where are you calling us from?
I am back home in Michigan. I was actually this is spring break for my family, for my kids. So we actually took a few days and we drove to Toronto. Had a great time in Toronto. Beautiful place to be. And actually, while I was there, I was checking the schedule, saying when the Mariners come up in April, I may have to make the trip again. I love Toronto. Just a beautiful city, great food, great culture. So we just got back literally hours ago from our international excursion, and amid that drive is when the news broke about Raleigh. So I was very excited to hear about it.
What did you make of the actual deal? Dave and I have been talking about it. It's 6 years, 105, can be up to 123 with incentives. But in looking at that, just by today's dollars in baseball, now $100 million, obviously that's generational wealth for most people who can spend accordingly, but I actually thought it was a good deal for the Mariners. I thought it felt like he maybe could have been paid at a higher rate than that. Was that about right to you, or do you think he gave him a bit of a deal?
Well, it was right in this sense that when you're a 28-year-old catcher and you're still thinking about when you would hit the open market and projecting forward, that whenever you're a free agent with an age that begins with 3, which is what the case would be for Raleigh, when he was scheduled to hit it after after 2027, that you probably would not be able to sign a deal at that point that is this long, even in free agency, just because you're then in your early 30s at what is a physically demanding position. And you're always, with this position, one foul tip away from the injured list. And when you're playing a position like this and you get a chance to guarantee, as you're describing, generational wealth, I just think with this particular vocation, being a catcher, you tend to take that opportunity because it's a position where you as a player can wear down, you as a player can get hurt. And when either of those two things happens, it dramatically changes your trajectory. And I do think that it does fit in, not that any of our grandparents would have necessarily given this exact advice, but I would imagine that mine could have easily said this, that John or Bob or Dave, if you ever get a chance to sign for $100 million, you should probably do it. That kind of fits in that sort of life advice, and I think that Cal is wise to have signed it, and the team is wise to have given him the deal. I think it's interesting. We've been hearing a lot about the ongoing negotiations the Blue Jays have with Vlad Guerrero Jr. and Mark Shapiro, the Jays president, said a few weeks ago that deals of this type, whether it's Vlad or in this case Raleigh, are about sharing risk. And I think this is a really good demonstration of a deal where the risk is shared. The risk on Cal's part is that, hey, maybe he does hit like JT Realmuto and Sal Perez for the next 5 years, and maybe he ends up being a little bit underpaid. But there's also a risk that, as I mentioned, he gets hurt. And the same thing is true on the opposite side, that if he wears down and if he only becomes a decent hitting catcher as opposed to an excellent hitting one, which is what he's been, then the Mariners might feel like they've overpaid a little bit. And so the risk here is shared. And when the risk is shared and it seems like it's about even, I tend to think it's a good deal on both sides. And I'm someone who believes that we don't have to necessarily declare, okay, who won more than the other side in this negotiation. I think it's actually a really good balance point for both, and it's a really nice way to begin the season for the Mariners, because we've talked numerous times. We've said that Cal Raleigh might be as indispensable as anybody in this entire organization, and this contract, I believe, in a lot of ways affirms that reality.
If only somebody had given me that advice when I was younger.
Right. Hey,
always
if
sign.
You get a chance to sign for $100 million, you should probably do it. I mean,
he said no.
Sounds like good grandpa advice, doesn't it?
Dave turned it down. Nobody had ever told him he should do it, so he said no, thanks.
He said, no, how about 101? Where's the 101?
No, I do just a little bit, JP, feel like, and I don't think he took like a bargain basement deal at all or anything, but I don't know. I mean, I think we're starting to get into that area where it's like almost like philosophically, like how much money can you spend? And, and it turns out to $17.5 million. That might be really cheap. And I hope that's the case in years to come for Cal because he's playing so well. But it is kind of interesting that some guys like that, I mean, you might say, okay, he gave up $25 million. That's ridiculous, and you should never do that. But you're to the point now, I think, with the numbers where I think you're going to see more and more athletes that are just like, yeah, I could have got $200 million here, but I'll take $150 to be happy here.
Right.
Just because the numbers are so crazy.
Yeah, and I think on two sides of the equation. I mean, number one, we haven't touched on this part of it yet. The CBA expires after 26, and which is next year already, and we don't know what's coming at that point. Okay, we don't know if there's going to be a work stoppage. We don't know if there's going to be a salary cap that dramatically changes things. And so, if you're Cal Raleigh, by signing this deal, you basically are saying, hey, I'm not worried about that. Now, obviously, he's going to want to play. We got to have baseball. But aside from that, none of those other market forces are his concern really anymore. And I think that's actually a pretty nice place to be. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a little bit more of a number of players right now in the next couple of days signing extensions, because it allows you to not worry about that. It's just one, and that is a pretty significant disruption that's looming out there, and not having to stress about it quite as much is, I think, a fairly big quality of life benefit to you to be able to navigate things in that way. I think the other piece is this, that some of the best deals that you sign as an organization are on your own players. You know the players. You know how important they are. They know you. You know them. And by the way, Dan Wilson, as the new manager of the Mariners, knows how important a dependable catcher is because he was that guy. And certainly Cal has a bit of a different profile in some ways than Dan did, but Dan intrinsically understands how important Cal is to the organization because he's lived that life. And again, you think about teams that have to roll the dice in free agency, and they're trying to convince guys to come play for them, and they may have to overpay in certain instances, and they're trying to keep up with everybody else to bring in free agents. It's nice to not have to worry about that. It's nice to reward your own people and to not stress as much. And again, we've talked about different teams, and I know I mentioned the Blue Jays a bit. You know, they've got Vlad and Bo are both in their walk years. Just think how much stress there'd be if you're the Mariners, and if in a couple of years, if you hadn't signed the extensions, you'd be looking at, okay, Gilbert's going to be a free agent, and Raleigh and J-Rod. It's all we'd be talking about on our weekly conversations, about the stress of trying to get those guys signed. And so I think by being able to lock in the position players from a strategic standpoint, if you're the Mariners, especially because you know that it hasn't always been the easiest thing to do to convince hitters to sign with your team. Pitching, certainly you'd like to have guys signed long-term, but you're almost a little bit more comfortable with the notion of nurturing your own internal pitchers because you've, A, done it, and B, if you had to sign somebody, it's a place that people generally like to pitch. So I think strategically this is what you do. You take the guys that are unique. A good hitting, switch hitting catcher who handles your staff well is a unicorn, similar to what Julio is when he's really going right. And at the end of the day, when you get your unicorns, you sign them because definitionally those are the kind of guys you can't find every year on the free agent market, and then convince them that you're supposed to be the team that they sign with when it's a very competitive marketplace. That is why days like this are really important, especially for teams that aren't the Dodgers, aren't the Mets, and aren't the Yankees.
So looking ahead, JP, to those pitchers you just talked about, the four young guys, what's in your mind realistic in terms of expectations of re-signing? Two of them, three of them, one of them, if whatever number you think that is, and if you have to choose, if you limit it to two or one or whatever your number is, who should it be? Who would be the priority for GM Jon Morosi?
Well, that's a scary thought for everybody, isn't it? So I think that it's the quick answer is that you can't sign everyone, and if you're going to prioritize one of them, I would say the one that stands out at the moment, at least, is Gilbert. Kirby, of course, with the injury, however short-term it is, it does give you a little bit of pause at least. And Gilbert, we know you've got the opening day assignment is there, and it's something that we've talked about with him. He's got 3 years left before free agency. This seems to be, whether it happens now or in the next month or so, or perhaps at this time next year, that this seems to me to be when you're really looking at it, is either right now or in the next 12 months for Gilbert. And I just think for me, given the workload he's been able to show that he can handle, you lead the majors with 208 and 2/3 innings last year. And again, sometimes you do wonder about the ability to withstand that type of workload every year. But goodness, he's gone from 185 to 190 to 208. There's not a lot of pitchers in the game that have been able to have that workload. It's going to be a big number. And I think that the guy that they probably, if I'm Gilbert's camp, that I'd be comparing him to is the type of contracts that Wheeler has signed with the Phillies. You know, Wheeler is obviously now in his mid-30s, but you look at his AAV. I mean, my goodness. I mean, the AAV that Wheeler has signed is now in excess of $30 million on his most recent extension, and that's a major league deal. I mean, that is a significant contract that Wheeler has signed. And so if you're starting to value your free agent years at 30 plus, and then you're adding in ARB on top of that, I mean, you are easily getting yourself into more than a $100 million commitment, and probably closer to 150 or 175 by the time all is said and done, even if it's an extension of only about 5 or 6 years right now. It starts to climb very quickly because it doesn't take a lot of work at all for Gilbert and his camp to say that my free agent years should be valued well into the 30s. That's just where the rate of the market is right now when you talk about Wheeler and Garrett Cole to an extent. And you might say, hey, Cole's right now on the injured list. Yeah, I get it, but that's where the market is, and that's where the risk is. We talk about shared risk. The Yankees right now are feeling that shared risk of Cole being gone now for an entire year. But I do think that Gilbert's free agent years, if you say, okay, 2 or 3 ARB years plus the free agent years, it's just doing some quick back-of-the-envelope math. I mean, you're easily into the 160, 170 range, if not above that, depending on how many free agent years that you're buying up.
JP, the Mariners open up with the Athletics here in Seattle. What do you expect from the A's? All during the offseason, I was like, what are they doing, man? Are they really going to spend some money and just, their whole situation? What are you expecting from that team this year?
Well, they were better than I expected them to be last year, and I believe they'll be better this year than they were a year ago. Because part of the reason is you've got a full year of a little more consistent playing time, I would expect, from their key guys like a Lawrence Butler. Rooker is someone who I really look at as being a dependable bat in the middle part of the lineup. I'm a fan of some of the lower profile guys that we talk about in baseball now, Bleday, Langoliers. I mean, they've got, I think, a fairly strong top part of the lineup. Yes, there are some other platoons sort of towards the bottom part of the lineup. I'm really intrigued to see what Jacob Wilson does. He's just 23 years of age. He was drafted just 2 years ago. He's already, of course, been to the big leagues, but he's a very interesting player for me as a shortstop. Of course, Jack Wilson, former Mariner, his son. And then you look at the bullpen, they've got an elite closer in Miller, some other, I think, guys that we've seen, certainly familiar to this division, like Jose Leclerc, probably going to pitch the 8th inning in their rotation. Hey, listen, Severino is someone who was really important to the Mets' success last year. Springs has been a really reliable guy in Tampa when healthy, of course. The back half of the rotation is certainly not name brand starters, you would say. Former Mariner J.P. Sears, of course, he's one guy that is certainly be part of the rotation here coming up. But I think that Mark Kotsay did a really good job last year to keep that team competitive with all the off-the-field questions about the last year in Oakland. So I think a solid team, not a playoff team, but one that can beat you if you take them too lightly.
Hey, just we talked to Tim Kurkjian earlier, and we were talking to him about some of the advancements in the game of baseball, and we were talking about the challenge system we saw in spring, and that's inevitable. It'll be here maybe after they get past the labor agreement. But what is your take? I don't know if we've ever asked you this, just about the season opening in Tokyo. Do you like that? Do you it is an oddity, as we've talked about, that two teams have records 2-0, 0-2, and then they come back and play spring training games, and then there's another opening day. Do you like that, or would you rather see everything start here in the U.S.?
I like it because I love my international ball, and I think it really does grow the game. And I realize it was not it's not done at an advantageous time for us, North American sports fans. It's 6 o'clock in the Eastern time zone and 3 o'clock in Seattle. But to say it with all humility that I can muster, that series is not for us. Okay, it's for the global audience, specifically in Asia, and it's also because it makes a ton of money for MLB and the union. I mean that is a boon for the bottom bottom line. Now, certainly as long as that's obviously invested in players and experiences, I have zero issue giving up our North American claim to the first baseball games of the year, because it shows how much the game has grown. And it's certainly a sign of respect for the Japanese fans who do so much to I think make the sport stronger. And again, we have seen, I remember as far back as when I was covering the Mariners 20 years ago, when you would have it was a legitimate tourism industry of Japanese fans who'd come over to watch Ichiro play, to tour the ballpark, to experience a Mariners game. That's real. And their love for the game in Japan, in Korea, in Taiwan is real. And so I think it's honestly the least we can do to share the North American product with them, understanding, of course, that there's just so much revenue potential there from a standpoint of the merchandise, et cetera. It is just those games and to see the passion of the fans for the Major League products. I mean, again, I was there in November and just saw it at the main train station there right near the Tokyo Dome, how much merchandise there was. It's difficult to describe unless you've been there, just how passionate the fans are for the game. So it shows how much the game has grown. We've seen the London series work. And I think from a scheduling standpoint, you can't really go to Tokyo in July because of exactly what we're talking about. It takes some time to get your circadian rhythms back in process and to be able to begin the season here in North America. So I think from a scheduling standpoint, to have that series, you've got to do it at the beginning of the year. And in my opinion, having that series is really valuable. It's valuable commercially, and it's valuable from a respect factor for the amazing fans in Asia that do so much for the game. So love it. And if we have to get up early to watch the games for 2 days, we do it twice. The great fans in Japan do it 162 games a year when they're watching our games. So it's the least we could do for a couple days.
All right, JP, I think it's fair to ask expectations for Julio just because he's the superstar. We talk all about how solid Cal is and all that. And I keep looking back and going, okay, it wasn't that bad. I mean, he had 20 home runs, 68 RBIs. He batted .275 last year, but as far as what they're expecting from him, what should those numbers be more like? I mean, RBI, home run numbers, I guess I don't care that much about average, but as far as the power numbers, what do you think is a fair expectation?
Well, he's stolen 20 bases or more every year that he's been in the big leagues, and he's hit at least 20 homers. And certainly his peak has been 32 homers. His peak of stolen bases have been 37. It's hard to say, and it's amazing, right, to say, well, he should just produce a 30-30 season.
Yeah.
But my goodness, that's not at all in a quote unquote down year. He still stole 24 bases and had 20 homers.
Right.
And in his first year, in his rookie season, he hits 28 homers. I think that somewhere in the range of a 30-30 season is reasonable to expect. Is it 28 and 28? Is it 28 and 32? That's why you paid him all that money. Is that a 30-30 season is again, I can't even believe I'm saying it, but that is like his par. That is, for a player that good, he's supposed to be able to do that. It's a lot to ask for someone in his age 24 season to live up to that every single year, but that's who he is. You don't sign that contract to be like everybody else, right? You just don't. And I think that a big part of this does depend to an extent on the atmosphere around him, who is on base around him, who is driving him in, what kind of year does Robles have, Arozarena, Polanco. I think Polanco, a healthy year from Polanco to me is as impactful on Julio as any other player. I mean, like if he is himself and he's helping to create some havoc on the bases too, and Robles can do that, and Arozarena can do that, then it's just a cumulative effect. And for me, I'm a little old school when I talk about this other stat that I really love a lot is runs scored. And Julio scored 102 runs back in 23. that's the kind of player he should be. He should be a run scorer. He should be someone like Acuna, who is just hitting the ball into the gaps and over the walls a lot, and that no matter what, you look up in the box score, and it seems like every day he's got at least a 1 in that run scored column. If Julio's scoring runs, the Mariners are winning games. And so that number for me, as much as we talk about homers and stolen bases, if you tell me if Julio scores 100 runs, this is a playoff team. That's as simple as it is. Hold me to it. Mike's going to clip it off, and if I'm wrong, I'll own it. But I'm saying if he scores 100 runs, this team makes the playoffs.
All right, we're saving that clip. We're going to save it.
Clip, baby. We got it.
John, as always, fantastic stuff. We appreciate you, my friend. Have a great rest of your week, and we're going to talk next week about opening day and what it was like and what the Mariners did against the A's, and we're going to have real baseball to talk about. It's going to be fun.
I cannot wait. Happy opening week. Congrats on the Raleigh extension. And we'll be speaking after my great home state is trying to recover from what I hope is going to be a Michigan versus Michigan State matchup in the Elite Eight, which would be just epic. I mean, let's bring it on, baby. I want to see that matchup. I want to see, like, houses divided, families that are not talking for, like, 3 days. That's what I want to see coming up here the next week.
Fights at the dinner table, all that stuff. Let's have it.
I can't wait.
All right. Thanks, John.
All the best. We'll talk to you soon.
There you go. There's Jon Morosi, everybody with us each and every week. If you missed any part of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. We should have asked him, Dave.
Hey, how's the bracket looking?
I love that he thinks that's an American accent.
It's the best.
Sounds like the most annoying person in the world.
That's what he was imitating. All right, coming up, one former Seahawk sheds some light on why DK and potentially Geno wanted out of Seattle. Get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news.
Breaking just now from Jeff Passan. Catcher Cal Raleigh and the Seattle Mariners are finalizing a 6-year, $105 million contract extension.
I love it. Take care of the dumper, man. He is the captain of this team. I think it's safe to say he is the captain of this team, and I'm excited for them, man, because he is he's one of those guys that when you think about this era of the Mariners, he's one of the first names that's going to pop into your head. I'm just happy for Cal. I'm happy for the Mariners. They did the right thing.
Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can STEM, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Or clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can STEM, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert. And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level. And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
It's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball. Try it ends up.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets at mariners.com/promos.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Baseball is back. Opening day is just 2 days away. Seattle sports will be live from Sodo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Paid political advertisement. Did you know insurance companies don't always pay what they should when your car is totaled? Too many Washington drivers are forced to accept lowball payouts or pay out of pocket for repairs their insurance should cover. But SB 5721 can change that. This bill holds insurers accountable, ensuring they provide fair vehicle valuations and cover the full cost of repairs. It also creates a simple, fast dispute resolution process so you don't have to fight alone. Stand up for fair coverage. Visit fairautoclaims.com to contact your lawmakers and tell them support Senate Bill 5721, sponsored by the Washington Independent Collision Repairers Association.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Jon Morosi, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. And another reminder to join us live at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. on Thursday before all of the opening day festivities that include a ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro, special platinum and gold glove presentations for Cal and Dylan Moore. So don't miss out. You can grab your opening day tickets today at Mariners.com. Meanwhile, part of what's gone on in the offseason is hearing what other former Seahawks have said about this team and some of the moves that have happened. We've certainly talked about Sherman's opinion that anytime the Seahawks release anybody, they're disloyal. Michael Robinson's got his podcast going on. We took clips from that, and he was a guest with Brock and Salk. And he was asked if the Seahawks are any worse than other teams when – you know, Richard Sherman, again, complaining about the lack of loyalty and not allowing guys to finish here, their careers here and all of that. And they asked him, all right, is this team worse than other teams when it comes to that aspect?
You got to understand the nature of the athlete. We take stuff highly personal because oftentimes we use it as motivation, right? And so, you know, when you're talking to players, I always understand that about a player's mentality. So guys who say, oh, man, you know, Seahawks will do a good job of, you know, taking care of our guys. Look, I see guys in and out of this league every year. You know what I'm saying? Guys that, played when Peyton Manning was leaving out of Indy. I mean, I thought he would never leave Indy. Stuff with Tom Brady in New England, like stuff like that. Things happen. And I wouldn't say that Seattle is different. I would say this, the fact that we're tucked up in the Pacific Northwest, kind of in our own little ecosystem, the fan base is like a college fan base, right? It puts a little bit more of a spotlight on things when things do happen.
I thought that was really well said. Just the whole thing. I mean, Michael Robinson really made a lot of sense. And, he knows Pete better than anybody, just kind of what the culture is of this team. And I think he's right about that. I think that's why the fans here, there's almost like an element of defiance, kind of like what we were talking about with Kurkjian, that they won't let the whole Houston Astro thing go. But yeah, I thought that was interesting that, just the way that he put that, and it kind of explains what everybody gets there. That's why everybody up here has a chip on their shoulder.
Of just because we're tucked away.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's other cultural things that go along with that, but I do think that that's kind of part of it.
He was asked if Pete's style of making people feel like family made getting cut hurt more.
Hell yeah, make it harder, man. He told me he loved me too, and then he cut me a couple weeks later. Hell yeah, that happens.
Well, the thing is, I think he means it.
I was sick and dying, and it happened. You know what I'm saying?
I think he means it. I think he really does love those people, but also, that's the personal, but there's also the business that happens at the same time.
Absolutely. And Pete was awesome, man. He's a psychologist, that's what he went to school for. So he understands how to talk to people and all of that stuff. I will say this, again, athletes take business things personally. And once you get older in this league and you've made a little money, you're able to kind of accept change like that. Like Bobby, you talk to Bobby. I mean, yeah, he felt a certain type of way at first, but you're like, all right, cool. I get it.
Then what's Sherm's deal? He's older with some money, and he seems to still be looking at the Seahawks as if they do something that's unique and disrespectful and lacking loyalty that other teams seem to just let every player that's on their roster grow old and gray on their roster. And then,
well, look, I think that what Michael Robinson is talking about with the emotional part of it, you can't help but, because like he said, it was perfectly put, that they rely on that. They rely on you to get you bought in. Mm-hmm. And, to be sold on the team, it's all about emotions. And then all of a sudden you're supposed to just stop being emotional. Like you're just out. And, I had a period of time, and I think Richard will probably grow out of this, and I don't mean that like grow up, but I mean it like after a few years, I realized I hated Mike Shanahan. Mm-hmm. I hated him because, I did a couple of things for him that like played hurt one game, and I helped with a couple of things like knocking the Raiders out of the playoffs one year, and he never invited me back to camp, and so I hated him. But then I got to be like in my mid 40s after it wears off a little bit, and you go, yeah, I've had like 13 knee surgeries, and I was 33 years old, and I'm just not who they were looking for. And not only that, the rest of the NFL also did not give me a job. So, you just kind of grow out of it and realize, okay, now you become kind of an adult. I just think it does extend your childhood, the NFL, because, you haven't really, you haven't really had a real job.
Yeah.
Where they're like, hey, do this or else. Now it's about, and like he said, I thought it was very, very good the way he put it, that, Pete Carroll relies on that kind of stuff. All of the emotion and the buy-in and everything. So, I think it sounds like Michael Robinson, like he's laughing that Pete told me he loved me and then he cut me a few
couple
days
weeks later.
I mean, he's probably at that point where he's like, look, I get it. And I went through it. Everybody does. So
probably told him he loved him when he cut him.
Yeah.
This kills me, Michael. We got to let you go. I love you.
Yeah, but you're cut.
You're no longer employed here.
Yeah, but I think Sherm, and I'm not saying Sherm's not smart enough to understand the business side of it or anything like that. But I mean, I think that feeling wears away after a while, honestly. And the older I get, the more I'm like on management side and the more I'm on the coaches and, why isn't that player doing that? You just think differently.
You become a company man.
Yeah, you sell out. You're a sellout.
Who would have thought? Dave Wyman, sellout.
What's funny, though, Bob? I was thinking this when he was talking about Pete and how he uses that. And I was always fascinated by Pete's coaching ability and just the things that he would say. But now with Mike Macdonald, I'm not saying that he's a jerk or anything like that, but he's very blunt and he's very to the point. And he's very much like, hey, are you gonna go out and make some plays today or what? I mean, things like that. Where it's just a totally different type of player that he's getting in here. So
had to be jarring if you were on the team with Pete and then having McDonald come in. Yeah. And, we're up against the clock, but, maybe that's why DK and Gino felt a certain type of way.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
they're
think
like,
so.
Hey, I don't think I like this new vibe we got going here.
What happened to the "I love you, man" stuff?
Yeah, where's the guy running around the building on a scooter and doing hundreds out there in the dead heat of the summer and it's
throwing the football around.
It's a different environment and maybe it doesn't suit everybody and maybe perhaps that's Gino and DK were like, yeah, this isn't for me. And Gino's reunited now with Pete and see how DK functions with Mike Tomlin, but it's interesting. All right, coming up, we learned a little more about another team that was interested in Sam Darnold this offseason. We're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is just 2 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from SoDo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
On March 28th,
a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
You do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T.
Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when truck month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Trucks and trucks and trucks.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
Hey, Bill, got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Well, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you could be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Feels like a lot of people were kind of wondering, all right, who did the Seahawks actually beat out for Sam Darnold? Did anyone want him? Vikings didn't want him back, but Albert Breer went into some insight. Yeah, I mean, Vikings didn't want him back, so there were some out there who thought, well, the Seahawks were bidding against themselves for Darnold. But Albert Breer explains that there was another team, the Steelers, who wanted him almost as badly as the Seahawks did.
So it's been a while since Sam Darnold's been in a position where a team has said to him, yes, come in, be our starting quarterback, and if this works out, this could wind up being a 5-year thing, a 10-year thing. Like, let's see how it goes. That's what he has in Seattle. It's all he was really looking for, I think, in finding a new home. It was going to be tough for Minnesota ever to afford that to him. Pittsburgh didn't quite get there where they were willing to say, okay, we'll do multi-years with you. They were very interested in him. And so I think Seattle's the perfect spot for him. It's back in the West Coast. And I really like what the Seahawks have done this offseason.
Yeah, it's apparently that was a great deal. I think now it all depends on Sam Darnold being that guy, and I think people will have pretty high standards for him based on the first part of his career and those 2 games. But yeah, and Cal kind of the same way. Like, I feel like they got a kind of a steal Now, that's a big if, right? Different with Cal. Cal, I think they got a steal getting Cal, but we know what Cal's record is, and he's very consistent. But, Sam Darnold needs to be the good Sam Darnold. But if he does, man, if he plays that well, you look back on the amount of money, it's really not a lot for, you're looking for a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback here, right?
Yeah, I mean, by today's standards, financially, it's a great deal if he plays the way he did last year. So, but to me, the contract represents that level of uncertainty. Like, all right, we can get out of this after a year.
Yeah.
It'll be 37.5, whatever it is, for 1 year. But again, by today's starting quarterback standards, it's a bargain.
Right.
And it's less than you offer Geno. So you potentially get younger and potentially better. We'll all find out. But they put themselves in a great position to where if he goes out there and all of a sudden he looks like the Sam Darnold of old, or he's somewhere in between, you're not sold on him being your guy for the next few years, they get out of it relatively unscathed, financially speaking.
Did Geno's numbers get released while I was gone, by the way?
No.
I am so fascinated to see I
don't know what's going on there.
Sweeping the dial.
Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua was on the Join the Lobby podcast. Certainly you've heard of that one.
Join the Lobby. Yeah.
As I had before today. Yeah.
Who's on? Is that a former player?
It's some like music and entertainment podcast.
Nice.
Yeah. One of thousands. So he was on that one, and he was saying that he already knows when he wants to end his NFL career.
At what point do you know, like, when to retire, right? And then, like, what do you do after?
I want to retire at the age of 30. I'm 23 right now. I'm going into year 3. I think of Aaron Donald like, man, like to go out at the top, I think it would be super cool, but then also be like, yo, like I want to have a big family, just like I want to have at least a starting 5. I'm like, I came from a big family, so
he
I'm like,
said he want 5.
I need 5 boys. I need 5 boys for sure.
That's cool.
But also be like, man, I want to be able to like be a part of their lives and like be as active as I can with them. So I'm like, I don't want to be. The injuries are something that you can't control part of the game. So, like, man, like, you never know. Hopefully, like, the rest of your career go healthy. But, like, man, you have shoulder surgery, you have knee surgery, you have ankle. And be like, yo, like, by the time my kids could be 18, I'm like, I could be barely walking if if you play the game and, like, you sustain all the injuries. I want to retire early.
Well, if you're going to have 5 kids, you better play as long as you can to support them, man, because it's not getting any cheaper these days, and you want a starting 5. And now that he put it out there in the universe, he wants 5 boys. He's going to have 4 girls and 1 boy.
I don't know if there's a whole lot of women that are all in on that. I don't know if he's married. 5?
He wants a starting 5. He wants 5 boys.
Yeah, it's that's what somebody was asking me. Why aren't you retired? I go, because I have kids.
They're still on scholarship.
That's interesting. I wonder what his situation is there. But why would you want to retire at 30?
Because he wants to be able to walk around with his kids.
People always say that. Like, I went to the bitter end as far as my body goes. The last game I played in, I needed surgery. Mm-hmm. And I decided to forego the surgery and have it later. I'm in pain, but so is everybody else. If you get to be older,
I ache.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You're gonna hurt either way when you're older. It's not like it's gonna cripple you. I can't even play catch with my kids. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah,
it'll be okay.
5 kids, man. Make as much money as you can between now and then.
Tell you what'll hurt is when you're chasing around those 5 kids. So you're worried about your health.
Sweeping the dial.
The Mariners have obviously broken spring training, and they're back here to start the season. But yesterday, before that final game, Dan Wilson was talking about Miles Mastrobuoni and where he thinks his role will be on this team.
It gives us a little flexibility on that left side of the plate and can play anywhere. And we talk about our team being versatile and having some different parts, and he's certainly one of those guys that can play. He can play on the infield a lot of places, and he can play in the outfield, and he's got some ability to run the bases as well. So if there's a Swiss Army knife, it's Miles, and he loves that role, and he's very good at it. He's been able to do that with a couple of big league clubs, and we're looking forward to having him.
Can you be the utility guy after Demo takes over at second base as your everyday second baseman?
I don't know if Demo's going to get that. I think Ryan Bliss is going to be your opening day second baseman, and we'll see if he hangs on to that spot. But we got a couple of guys between Solano, Mastrobuoni, Dylan Moore. You got a couple of guys who are just don't really have a spot, so to speak, but can play a bunch of different spots.
What do you think his nickname should be? I'm thinking the Maestro.
The Maestro?
Yeah.
You think, but they always
Master Boney.
It's always an E. So
I know what you guys were thinking.
They would call, they
started giggling.
12-year-old.
Yeah.
Maybe they just call him Boney.
12-year-old humor in there.
Maybe they just call him that. Everything's got to have the E sound at the end.
Look at them. They're literally giggling, both of them.
Because we know where you were going.
No, I said Maestro. That's my entry.
I'm going with Boney. They probably call him that.
Throw it out there.
Now, every time you say that, Matt and Mike are going to giggle.
No, I'm not. I'm a professional. I can get through it.
I'm not giggling. I swear I'm not. No, they do have a lot of versatility, though. There's so many opportunities for being versatile, Dave.
Well, there's lots of opportunities for improvement as well.
Well, and, they may need these guys depending on how, Polanco does defensively at third. If it's, we played the clip earlier from Ryan Divish where he said, hey, at the plate, he's looked great. In the field, not so much. He's looked shaky. So, if he doesn't improve, at least you've got an option there to play third.
This is cool. I like Rowdy Tellez, and then you've got Master Boney. I mean, we talked so much about, every position and who's going to be there, but these guys that are, the guys that are going to fill in, utility guys, whatever, you're going to get a chance to see every once in a while. It's going to be interesting.
So many opportunities. So much room for flexibility.
Lots and lots.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk about the start of the Major League Baseball season, the NCAA tournament, and everything else going on around the world of sports with El Hombre. Michael Bradley joins us next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news.
Breaking just now from Jeff Passan. Catcher Cal Raleigh and the Seattle Mariners are finalizing a 6-year, $105 million contract extension.
I love it. Take care of the dumper, man. He is the captain of this team. I think it's safe to say he is the captain of this team, and I'm excited for them, man, because he's one of those guys that when you think about this era of the Mariners, he's one of the first names that's going to pop into your head. I'm just happy for Cal. I'm happy for the Mariners. They did the right thing.
Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, homeowners, what's happening up on your roof? Do you have any idea what's going on up there? Because I can tell you I didn't. I never get up on my roof and, frankly, don't plan to be up there. But things happen. It's a very important, expensive part of your home, so you want to make sure everything's okay. So I had Asset Roofing come out just to do an inspection and tell me what's happening up there. They did it over a year ago, and there were a couple of spots they pointed out at that time, said, let's keep an eye on these. So I had them come back, take a look at what's going on up there. They did some moss removal, unclogged a downspout that had been clogged up, something with the gutters as well. And more importantly, they gave me a very detailed report after they were done, an email with pictures, with recommendations and everything there. And even more important than that, I'm getting out in front of problems that could have turned into big, expensive problems. So if you're like me and you don't know what's happening up there, get somebody out there like Asset Roofing, who's the best in the business. There's a lot of bad contractors out there. They are on the other side of this. They are the best. They've been doing it for over 2 decades. They're the kind of company you want to work with when you don't know what you're doing, like me, with a roof. If you know what's happening up there and you need a repair or a replacement, give them a call, because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Bracket busted? Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close. And they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Mariners make a big move today. They agreed to a 6-year, $105 million contract extension with Cal Raleigh. So very big news out here and very well received by Mariner fans. The extension, which will start this season, buys out 3 years of free agency. Raleigh was scheduled to make $5.6 million as a first-time arbitration-eligible player this year. He can make up to $123 million with incentives and has a full no-trade clause in there. Meanwhile, the New York Giants and free agent quarterback Russell Wilson reached an agreement today on a 1-year deal worth up to $21 million, including $10.5 million guaranteed. This according to Adam Schefter.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee? What? El Hombre.
That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low.
Yeah.
Roz is better.
El Hombre.
The natural meets Rudy meets. I don't even know how to describe it. El Hombre.
It is that time, everybody. Every Tuesday at 5 o'clock, barring preemption, we bring in the one, the only, El Hombre. Michael Bradley with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. How are you, my friend?
What's happening, everybody?
Well, we're getting a little excited about opening day happening Thursday here for the Seattle Mariners with the, I guess, the A's. They're not the Sacramento A's or Oakland A's. They're just the A's. these days coming to town. But where does opening day rank for you? Your anticipation for the beginning of the baseball season?
Gigantic. It is. In college football, opening day is probably number one for me, and then it's opening day for baseball. We're meeting up with some friends at a local establishment to watch the game. I'm sure some Dr. Peppers will be consumed, and I'll be rooting for the Phillies.
Oh, so you're on the road. Are you going to every game?
They open against Washington.
Yeah. So you go college football, then that. How about the Final Four? Where's that rank? What's your favorite part of the tournament?
Were we ranking days, or were we ranking what what our favorite days of sports are?
Days.
Opening days, I'm saying college football's first day, then opening day.
Yeah.
Final Four is big. I mean, it depends who's playing. If Michigan's not playing or Villanova's not playing, I'm not as excited about it. Super Bowl Sunday's big, but, I mean, that's more of a social thing if you don't have a team in it. For pure football, I mean, the first day, that weekend of college football, I mean, we're wandering in the wilderness right now. We have no football until exhibition games start in August, and then college football starts. And when they start playing for real, I'm just deliriously happy.
You're not watching the UFL?
Oh, good Lord, I try. Look, I admit it. I am a football addict. I go to high school games. I watch college games. I watch pro games. I just can't do it. I can't at all do it, and I don't understand why not. I mean, you're talking to a guy who can watch like the Iowa State-Kansas game and be excited about it, but this stuff I just can't get into. And I love the USFL. When the Philadelphia Stars played back in the day, I watched every USFL. There was a Sunday USFL game throughout the spring. And one of my best friends from high school, it was after we graduated college, would come over. I was still living at my parents' house, and then we watched the game and have dinner every Sunday. Went to a playoff game, Stars against the Chicago Blitz, one of the best comebacks I've seen. But I can't get into this UFL stuff. Just can't do it.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Well, do you think there'll ever be a legit, I don't know if competitor, I don't think anything can compete with the NFL, but a legit football pro product besides the NFL that will be self-sustained, be popular enough to where you just count on it every season the way you do any other sport?
No, the NFL, and I don't think there's going to be anything in any sport, any of the main sports that way. Everybody had it. The ABA came and 4 teams merged. The WHA came and teams merged. Baseball goes back to the Federal League and all that stuff. That's long ago. There's not going to be anything with that. And then with the NFL, you're talking about saying we're going to stand next to King Kong. We're going to put Bucko the chimp next to King Kong and say these are the same things. And as much as Bucko's going to try, King Kong raises his left foot and squashes him.
Yeah.
Bucko the chimp. That's the U.S.
Interesting name for the chimp there.
Bucko.
No, I think you're right. I think there was the closest it's come, and I think you just said this, Michael, but I guess it was 1983, the USFL, and we had the Oakland Invaders. You had Philadelphia Stars out there, and actually it was part Baltimore. The Pittsburgh Maulers.
It started in Philadelphia and then went to Baltimore.
Okay.
The first 2 years were in Philadelphia, and then it moved to Baltimore. And that's where that's how they say it down there.
Yeah.
And they won a championship down there.
Yeah, but I mean, and I remember there was a linebacker who was playing for the Niners, and he signed a $400,000 contract. And I remember going, "Oh my God, that was like $20 million now."
Yeah.
But. Yeah, and that was okay for a little while, but then
where did Steve Young play?
Steve Young started there for the LA Express.
He played Express. Look, you had Jim Kelly with the Gamblers.
That's
you
right.
had Reggie White playing in that league.
Yeah.
Look, here's what happened to it, and it's a great book by
Herschel
Jeff
Walker.
Miller called. I'm sorry, not by Jeff Miller. He wrote the ABA, the AFL book. I think it was Jeff Pearlman wrote it. Football for a Buck.
Yes.
It's the history of it, and what happened was. These teams were doing all right, some of them. But Donald Trump wanted to be an NFL owner, and they didn't want him.
Yeah.
So he pushed everybody to move the league to the fall. Then they sued the NFL for antitrust. That was their strategy. They won, quote, unquote, and they won $1.
They won $1, yeah.
Because antitrust rulings are trebled. They got $3. And that ended the USFL.
Yeah. Greed ended it because they were doing fine, it seemed like anyway. But Yeah.
Some of them were. I mean, the Boston Breakers moved to Portland, and that didn't work out well. But the Birmingham Stallions did well. The Tampa Bay Bandits did pretty well. The Houston Gamblers were doing okay.
Yeah.
The Michigan Panthers were all right, but that's pretty good USFL knowledge by me. But
that is very good.
That is, Oklahoma Outlaws were a catastrophe. I interviewed who was the coach of Colorado for a while, blonde-haired guy, Neuheisel.
Oh.
He said when they got paid, it was like the Indy 500 trying to get out of the parking lot to get to the bank because there was only a certain amount of money in the account, and you had to cash your check before they ran out of money. He told me that flat out. It was hilarious.
Oh, that is funny.
Goodness. Well, what before we switch to baseball and everything else going on in terms of the draft coming up, is there, we're out here in Seattle daydreaming about guards, which seems weird, but they need
very boring
guards. But with the Seahawks, they're the most unpredictable team in the NFL when it comes to the draft. There could be a guard sitting there that the world thinks is going to be a superstar, and they're going to go with a wide receiver or a linebacker or something. But as far as Philly goes, what's the hole that needs to be filled? The one that if they draft a position outside of this one, the Philly fans are going to lose their minds.
Well, nobody's going to lose their minds now because everybody's still euphoric. People are still getting tattoos with the score of the game on it. So, I mean, there's nobody that's going to be angry about this, okay? So it is still – we're still in the honeymoon period. The Eagles need some defensive linemen. They need an edge rusher. They need a backup tackle. They need a safety. They need some offensive linemen because they got to build some depth. But right now, I mean, if you look at this roster – they need a starting guard, and that's probably going to be Tyler Steen of Alabama, who's going to move up as Mekhi Becton has moved on. They need a defensive lineman to back up the two they have because Milton Williams has moved on to richer pastures. But there's no position where the people say, oh, my goodness, I can't believe he didn't draft this. Edge rusher's probably number one, but drafting at 32, I don't know if there's going to be somebody that you can say is a 30, and I say, I'm going to try to sound like Mel Kiper right now. I'll talk as fast as I can. I'm not sure there's somebody of the value you can get at 32, and it's an outside rusher, so you may have to drop down and get another pick and go into the second round, and then you look for somebody there.
Wow.
That's
pretty good.
Had some velocity there. That's good. That's good.
Hey,
I interviewed Mel Kiper on the phone one time and tried to write down everything he said. It was impossible, and my hand was so cramped afterwards, I felt like I was going to be crippled for life.
Funny. Hey, just a brief reprieve here from sports really quick. We just talked to Tim Kurkjian, and I was asking him, because he's got that great laugh. So I was asking him, if Scott Van Pelt is the funniest guy, who's been the funniest guy. And so he mentioned SVP and the whole, and you just said Baltimore. Is that what they say? They call Baltimore? Baltimore?
Yeah, it's down there. He loves the SVP Maryland accent. Every now and then Van Pelt will drop into his Balmer accent, and Kurkjian just loses his mind. He sounds like a little kid. It's tremendous television.
It's like, and they asked about the goalie Hope Solo.
Yeah,
I can't even do it.
Yes, and the thing is, Philadelphia's got a bad one too. I've worked hard to try to excise it, and I'm sure you guys can hear it in my voice, but I've worked to get rid of the O. And, people say the days of the week here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There's no A in there.
Right.
And the O is bad. People will be like, oh, those guys.
Where does that come from? What the hell is that?
You know what it is? I figured it out. When you speak as quickly as the people in the Northeast do, you don't have the time to project the O that you need to. When you're going to say O the right way, your lips go out. When you say "oh," your lips go to the side, and you can say it faster.
That's a scientific explanation, at least.
Yeah. It's just linguist there, right?
Yeah,
it's just weird though. And I remember people talking about it and everything, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
We know people.
You guys. You're not going to go out club and dress like that, are you? You got to understand the way they talk around here. And you get a guy with a really bad, we call it hoagie mouth here. You got bad hoagie mouth, right? You sound like this. And there's no possible way you can sound intelligent if you got a bad Philadelphia accent. It just doesn't sound right. You could be talking about string theory or particle physics, and you still don't sound smart because you talk like this.
It's funny. We know somebody that says Thursday, Friday, and they're not even from there. So that's interesting.
Well, that's a Philly thing.
Yeah.
Hey, so as far as the tournament goes, everybody asks the question.
Hey, how's the bracket looking?
How's it look?
I'm okay. I had 5 upsets in the first round that came in. Picked 9, but I did 5, which is had McNeese, had Drake, had Arkansas, had a couple other ones in the Colorado State. And I got all 4 of my final 4 left, and I got Florida winning the whole thing. So I'm still all right.
Who are your final 4?
Duke, Michigan State, Florida, and Houston.
Okay, and you got Florida winning. I've got Houston winning it.
I tried to be
this may be the
tricky.
year because Houston is finally playing offense to match its strangling defense.
Yeah, Dave and I took 2 different paths in filling out our brackets. He went for study and research and looking at numbers and tendencies and bench scoring and all that kind of stuff.
And guess who's in last place?
And I tried. I went for speed, so I filled my bracket.
You filled it out as fast as you could.
It was 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
And
420, huh?
Maybe it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty quick. There was not much thought put in there.
That last reference was for some of your listeners.
Yeah, I got it. Trust me.
They're too stoned. Too stoned to get it.
But
bro.
But Michael, you remember all those years at Sporting News Radio? We were interviewing all those coaches every week, and I'd never known more about college sports, football or basketball, than I did then. And those are the worst brackets I ever filled out.
That's the most dangerous because if you approach this logically, and this is the first year that logic has prevailed. I mean, Arkansas, out of the SEC, which got 14 teams and went 7-1 in the second round, is looked at as the only Cinderella. And I'm sorry, Calipari's never been a Cinderella. I mean, maybe back his early days in UMass, but that's the team that you look at and say, "Oh, wouldn't it be crazy if Arkansas makes it?" This is the danger of what might happen when we get to the point where it's only the big schools that are really part of the college sports elite, and we start to get a 76 or an 82 or whatever number they come to, 84 team playoff or tournament, where you just pretty much shake out all the small schools first. Are you really excited about Arkansas, Texas Tech? No, you'd be really excited, though, if McNeese State were playing somebody Thursday. You tune in to see how that looked. You tune in to see how Drake looked. And that's the problem. We don't have those. Now, there are those. Jay Billis is one of them who says this is one data point. You can't say it's a trend. You can't blame it all on NIL and transfer portal right now. But you can certainly see where Yale gave Texas A&M a heck of a game. And how about if Danny Wolf, who's playing for Michigan right now, were still on Yale this year? That'd be a pretty tough team to deal with. So let's see how it goes.
Do people really tune in to see those small schools that are the Cinderella stories? Because wasn't the George Mason run like one of the worst rated Final Fours that they'd had?
Well, that's if you get to the Final Four and you've got all those cheeseburgers, then no, you don't want that. You want the varsity there for the Final Four. You want to see the best teams. But in the second weekend at those Elite Eight games, the Sweet 16 games, that's the story. That's the Hickory High team. Okay?
Yeah.
That's the team that makes it to the second weekend and walks in and measures the basket and all that stuff because they're not supposed to be there. I was in Philadelphia when St. Peter's beat Purdue. It was wild. Now they got stomped by North Carolina in the Elite Eight, and they should have. But it was tremendous to be there and watch Shaheen Holloway's team beat Zach Edey and these Purdue players who were sitting there going, "Who are these? Who's St. Peter's? The Peacocks? You got to be kidding me!" But that's what you want to see. That's the fun. Final Four, I want name brands. Give me the main teams. No, I don't want a Virginia Commonwealth or a George Mason or Florida Atlantic or any of that stuff.
Thanks for bringing up the what was it, St. Peter's?
It's Purdue.
Yeah,
Purdue, because you're sticking it to Lefko. That's Lefko's team.
Oh, good. That's a bonus.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
An added bonus you didn't even think of. Yeah, and somebody also was saying, the upsets early on make for a pretty crappy next week because, you get a 15 or a 14 through. they're going to get blown out.
They get worked
for the most part. So
Not always. As I said, St. Peter's made it to the Elite Eight. Florida Atlantic did. San Diego State did. Here's what you want to say. I always say this. The first weekend is about the madness. You want as much upheaval as possible. You want all the little guys to win. The second weekend and then the third weekend are about picking a champion. You're not going to see a Florida Atlantic win the national championship or St. Peter's, but it's fun to see them knock off. I mean, tell me it's not the best thing in the world when St. Peter's beats Kentucky or UMBC beats Virginia. I mean, you remember where you are for those games. I still remember where I was in a media room, I think in North Carolina, when who was it? Somebody beat Iowa State, a 15-2. This was years ago, decades ago. But you still remember those moments because that's what the tournament's about.
Yeah, you know what? The Survive and Advance 30 for 30, the Valvano team. I had in '83 I had NC State it was my freshman dorm at Stanford, and I had UCLA and NC State, and like I get teary-eyed when I watch the 30 for 30. But yeah, I mean that was a great example of
that was tremendous.
Oh my god, that was
tremendous.
Yeah,
and I remember watching the final game again. Those are the things you remember. Those are the moments. Those are the things that make sports so great.
Yeah, and
that's why the tournament's so great. And if it turns into, here's the 26th place team in the Big Ten playing the 15th place team in the SEC, it's not going to be as good. The ratings will suffer.
Yeah.
People get together for that first day to see who can knock off the big guy.
Michael, you got a new sheriff in town in that conference the Eagles play in. You've got Russell Wilson now signing with the Giants. Yeah. How about that? They signed Jameis Winston a few days ago, and now they just signed Russell Wilson, and they've got who's the other? Tommy DeVito is the other guy. So that's
they're printing playoff tickets already in New York. I mean, they're ready to go.
Yeah, I would imagine when you saw that news, it sent a shiver down your spine of what the Eagles were in store for in the East. Yes.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, if only little Danny were still in Washington messing things up, the Eagles could run the entire NFC East forever because Falseface is still down there screwing around in Dallas. Now you get the Giants who think, here's our quarterback triumvirate. 3 guys who can't play. This is great. And Washington now, they got some people in there who know what they're doing, so they could be dangerous.
Yeah, so what is that? Is it? It looks like for the Steelers, it's Aaron Rodgers or bust, right?
It's got to be. I mean, who else? Mason Rudolph? They're actually going to go into a season with Mason Rudolph?
Well, especially when they just committed $33 million a year to DK Metcalf to play receiver for. You better have somebody who can get him the ball.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's either one of two things. Either they're going to get Aaron Rodgers, or they're going to trade every single thing they have, 4 first-round draft choices, to move up into the second or third spot and grab one of the 3 quarterbacks this year. Who has the first overall pick?
The Titans.
No, I mean, and I'll tell you what. I have a student who's from Memphis, and he says that it's entirely possible that the Titans draft somebody else, tank the season again, so they can get Arch Manning, because they may not think that Cam Ward is the guy. So maybe, if they don't sign Aaron Rodgers, they got to get a quarterback. Now, starting a rookie quarterback is never the best thing in the world if you want to be a playoff team. It just doesn't work out all the time. Even Peyton Manning threw like 30 interceptions his first year. But short of doing that, it's got to be the crazy man. And, I mean, and that just flies in the face of the whole Pittsburgh culture. They've always been this steady team, and they had some wild cards. I mean, let's face it. Mike Tomlin kept Antonio Brown and who was that lunatic running back?
Le'Veon Bell.
Le'Veon Bell together, and they didn't cause problems for him. And now you're going to bring in Aaron, and he's going to have seances and taking mushrooms and going in like caves and stuff. Come on,
seances.
Well, it seems so not like Mike Tomlin. He's just a no nonsense guy. But
well, maybe he's going to enforce it in a way the Jets didn't.
Yeah, he's Richard Gere toward the end of An Officer and a Gentleman. I got nowhere else to go. That's it. It's all he's got. My grandmama wants to fly jets. And my grandmama wants to play quarterback. I got nowhere else to go. So that's where he is.
Who was the drill sergeant in that? That was Louis Gossett Jr., right?
Jr.
Yeah.
That's right. Tremendous.
That's right.
Mayonnaise. Oh, I see you had some training, mayonnaise.
You know that movie a little too well.
I love that movie.
So Aaron Rodgers goes there. Are we forgetting about anybody else that's available? I feel like every name we heard
closes the circle. I think it was Russell Wilson. It was Justin Fields. Where did he end? He's in Cleveland or something. Where did he go?
Justin Fields. Where did Jets?
He landed somewhere.
Jets.
Is he with the Jets? Yeah, Jets, Jets. LOSE, lose. So he's there. You've got Russell Wilson going across the hallway to the other locker room. It just leaves Pittsburgh and it leaves Aaron Rodgers. So that's what we got.
I really like Mike Tomlin too, and I want him to do well. But it's gonna be, and I want DK Metcalf to do well. I'm in a weird conflicted position here with the Steelers. But okay, Michael, as always,
season. It's baseball season.
It is.
Let's get fired up for opening day.
Do you have season tickets, right, or no?
Yes, we do. We got World Series tickets.
So you go to all 81?
No, I do not go to all 81. We sell most of the regular season games off, and we go to like 5 or 6. We're holding these off to the playoffs because they're great seats. We're 11 rows behind the dugout. I mean, if one of us burps, the players smell hot dog breath. So, I mean, these are great seats.
Perfect. Gross. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, he is El Hombre, Michael Bradley. He's here every Tuesday at 5 o'clock. You can also find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre. At Daily Hombre on Twitter is where you find him. Michael, we appreciate it as always. We'll talk next week after the baseball season is officially underway.
So long, suckers.
You can burp and smell hot dog breath. Oh,
that was a little bit too descriptive.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Our thanks to El Hombre. If you missed any part of that, you can find that conversation on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, Cal Raleigh is here to stay, and we're going to talk about what his deal means for the future of the Mariners. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is just 2 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from SoDo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
On March 28th,
a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? I wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
You do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when truck month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Oh!
Truck
trucks and trucks and trucks.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the new Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced new Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the new Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the new skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Sports are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Well, the longer days, the sunny breaks in the weather, they've got me dreaming of summer, right? Getting out in the golf course, heading on vacation, or just enjoying our beautiful Northwest region. Make this summer one to remember by looking and feeling your absolute best. You can do it, and if you start right now, you can accomplish that goal before Memorial Day weekend. It's Mike Salk here, and 45 days is all it takes. You can lose almost a pound each day. I lost 35 total with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. And I'll let you in a little secret. Those 45 days, they're not even that hard. No crazy dieting, no cardio or crazy exercise. Definitely no pills or injections with any kind of potentially scary side effects. None of that. You're eating healthy, delicious meals that you make for yourself and buy at the grocery store, and you watch the pounds absolutely fall off. Find out if you can do it. I know you can. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. You got nothing to lose other than like a ton of weight. Go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to El Hombre, Michael Bradley, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you are all just tuning in, you'll be able to find that conversation on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Don't forget to click subscribe. Totally free. Shows up for you every day. You don't have to do a thing. Meanwhile, the big news around here has been the extension that Cal Raleigh signed with the Seattle Mariners. 6 years, $105 million. Starts this season, so it buys out the final 3 years of free agency for him. According to Adam Jude, incentives could push the deal to as much as $123 million, and Ken Rosenthal reporting there's a full no-trade clause in there for him. So just a great deal for both sides. I still feel like the Mariners got a deal here, which seems weird when you're paying somebody $105 million guaranteed, that it's a bargain. But by today's, but you know, you keep it in context with today's standards in the game of baseball, it feels like 17.5 a year is pretty reasonable.
I think it does a lot. Mike asked the question, what's this mean for the fan base? And we'll see. People text in to the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. What does this mean to you? I think it sort of solidifies that the Mariners are actually good at something, okay? Because everybody always complains about the lack of offense, the lack of, and rightfully so, the free agent activity, But what they do is they do draft and develop players pretty well, and obviously Julio, but then, Cal was a third rounder, and, the pitching staff, everything. So, and they're taking care of guys like that. And you know what? The other thing that's really important, I think, Cal wanted to be here. And so, and I'm just wondering if that will affect free agent signings going forward as far as players' desire to play here in Seattle.
I'm going to say probably not a ton. I don't think it hurts by any stretch, but I think when somebody's a free agent and they are sought after by multiple teams, yeah, maybe if they have a relationship with Cal, he can do his best to make the pitch, but I think they're going to look at where do I have the best chance to succeed and do what I do if I'm a power hitter. Yeah. So I think the park is prohibitive. I really do. And I think, the Mariners are unfortunately still in that position of maybe having to overpay if they were to go out and get a notable free agent. Well, you're talking about an offense, a bat. Yeah. Exactly. So, a pitcher, I don't think you'd have any trouble convincing a pitcher to come to Seattle. Yeah. It's the polar opposite. If they are ever in need of a pitcher and they're willing to spend the money and there's a highly sought-after free agent out there, convincing them to pitch at T-Mobile is not going to be much of a sales pitch. You're not going to have to do much. Now, They want to win. You want to have a winning team. You want to have a team they feel like they can win with. But if money's equal and you're a pitcher, you're saying, well, you can pitch here or you can pitch in Cincinnati. Whatever. They're going to go, what are you, crazy? I'm pitching for the Mariners.
Yeah, it's weird, though. We did hear people talk about the geographic isolation and that, flying here, which to me, I don't get that because the biggest hassle of the whole thing is not sitting an extra hour on a plane. Yeah. It's going through the whole airport system and all that. But it's kind of interesting just to me because Cal a couple of years ago, remember when he told it like it was? Well, it was last year at the end of the year after they finished. Was that
year before last year?
It was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, in 23. And, he was kind of like, not dogging the franchise, but kind of like, hey, we need to go out and do this and do that. And then they sign him, and it just seems very cheap for as far as the amount of money. It could go up to 123. But it's just awesome. And I wonder what kind of an effect he has had on these pitchers. I think they're all, just individually really good. But having a guy like that sort of be the leader of that staff, that rotation, that's got to mean something.
Yeah, I think it's huge for them. I think it's probably even bigger for bullpen guys, where you're getting thrown in the middle of a game, middle of a situation. It's high leverage often. They're coming in with runners on, and Cal's the one to sort of guide them through that and say, all right, we're in a tough spot here. We can't let these guys score. You got runners in scoring position. We got one out, whatever this. We're down a run. We can't give up anymore. Here's what we got to do. I mean, there's a lot more babying and nursing going on through a situation like that versus a guy who's just starting. Not to diminish what he does, but those guys go in with their game plan. It's all laid out before the game even starts. They get together and lay out, here's how we're going to attack these guys. Here's how we're going to attack this guy in particular. And when this guy comes up, here's what we're going to do with him. I think what he does with the bullpen doesn't get talked about as much because they don't shine like starters do, obviously. But I think his work with the bullpen is huge. And it's not something we spend a ton of time talking about, but we talk about no names coming in and having success, and a lot of that certainly is the process and the coaching and the philosophy that the Mariners have with their coaches and their rotation and everybody out there in the bullpen, I should say. But Cal's a big part of that as well.
Yeah, I wonder if you asked fans. I mean, I guess the answer should be Julio, but like, who's your favorite Mariner? Who do you think of when you say the Seattle Mariners? I wonder if it's maybe it could be Logan Gilbert actually, but yeah. I wonder if it's Cal or if it's Julio, because those are pretty much the two that most people think of.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I would say nationally. I mean, the face of the team is still Julio. Whether people feel like he's a superstar or not a superstar, we get some of those texts. Quit calling him a superstar. He's not. Whatever. Okay, you know, it's your own perception. We it's an opinion, but he nationally is the face of this team, and I don't think it's particularly close. I think Cal's so understated and doesn't say much. Doesn't do. You know, he's just not a very out there
you're talking
visually.
about nationally, though. I'm talking about locally.
Yeah, that's why I just said nationally. I said nationally, he's the face of the team.
Oh, I thought you were saying locally that it's not.
Yeah, locally, probably locally too, I would say. You know, I don't know. Favorite player, maybe it could be Cal, could be Logan, could be whoever. I mean, there's certainly players that have fans. I mean, somebody's favorite player is J.P. Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's favorite player is Victor Robles, which maybe after a year of Victor, he could have a big fan base if he plays like he did last year. So, yeah, it's nothing but good news for this. People are texting in, what does that mean for Harry Ford? I've got no idea. I don't know what their plan is with him, and if they feel like, well, he's still a year away, he's 2 years. I don't know how they feel about it. He had a great spring. He hit over 400 in spring, and again, it's spring. Okay, you always have to qualify it, but I honestly don't know. It sounds like they kind of bailed on maybe the outfield thing they were doing.
Yeah, that's kind of the indication we got that, you know, he could be a DH and he could be a catcher, but it didn't sound like they were going forward with any plans. Did somebody ask about playing a position? Was it maybe second base or something like that?
For Ford?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that. But then somebody also texted in, they were asking about Henry Ford. I said, well, I think he's still making cars. But yeah, Harry, it's kind of a good question.
Yeah,
I mean, Cal's going to be here for a long time, and are you going to want to put your career on hold, or you know, maybe they'll get some offers for him?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because he's still one of the highest rated prospects in their system. He's coming off a great spring. You know how other teams view him, I don't know, but as far as, you know, he's being blocked by Cal, and this certainly a 6-year extension does not bode well for him in terms of getting a crack up here, unless, you know, hopefully an injury doesn't occur, but there's always that opportunity. I don't know. That's going to be an interesting question for the team and for, I'm sure, Harry Ford and his reps figuring out, all right, we need to start looking elsewhere. We need to, or maybe he becomes more open to a position change. You know, just because he's open to it doesn't mean he can play it. I mean, is he going to become a great outfielder if they say you're an outfielder now? I mean, maybe he could. I've never seen him play another position other than catcher, so I don't know what he looks like anywhere else. But yeah, it is, for those asking, I think it's a fair question. I don't know what a likely or realistic spot is for him if he does want to switch positions, or if he just says, no, I'm a catcher, get me somewhere that I can play catcher. So maybe that's the future.
He's built like a catcher.
He is. Yeah, he's a sturdy dude. Hey, a reminder, join us live at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. on Thursday before all of the opening day festivities, including a ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro and special platinum and gold glove presentations for Cal and Dylan Moore. So don't miss out. You can grab your opening day tickets today at mariners.com. Meanwhile, we learned that there was one question that was impossible to answer. What we learned is coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news.
Breaking just now from Jeff Passan. Catcher Cal Raleigh and the Seattle Mariners are finalizing a 6-year, $105 million contract extension.
I love it. Take care of the dumper, man. He is the captain of this team. I think it's safe to say he is the captain of this team, and I'm excited for them, man, because he is he's one of those guys that when you think about this era of the Mariners, he's one of the first names that's going to pop into your head. I'm just happy for Cal. I'm happy for the Mariners. They did the right thing.
Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
The Cantina at Silver Reef is an experience for your senses. The smells, the sounds, the flavors is a night you deserve. Experience the experience at the Cantina at Silver Reef today. Serving traditionally inspired dishes made with the finest authentic ingredients. This is one experience that you can enjoy more than once in a lifetime. Experience it today at Silver Reef Casino Resort in Ferndale, Washington. And visit our website, silverreefcasino.com, to check out our menu.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, Most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Paid political advertisement. Did you know insurance companies don't always pay what they should when your car is totaled? Too many Washington drivers are forced to accept lowball payouts or pay out of pocket for repairs their insurance should cover. But SB 5721 can change that. This bill holds insurers accountable, ensuring they provide fair vehicle valuations and cover the full cost of repairs. It also creates a simple, fast dispute resolution process, so you don't have to fight alone. Stand up for fair coverage. Visit fairautoclaims.com to contact your lawmakers and tell them support Senate Bill 5721, sponsored by the Washington Independent Collision Repairers Association.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
This is a house of learned doctors.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
So we learned today that some questions are just impossible to answer. Is that?
Yeah.
That's the new knowledge we've got?
Yes. We eventually got an answer, but for one guy, Dave, this was an impossible question, it turned out. We learned that some accents are just indecipherable.
See if you recognize this voice, Dave.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
Is that somebody I know?
Yeah.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
I can't pull it. Who is that?
One more time. I'll give you one more shot.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
No idea.
Ryan Roland Smith.
That's Ryan?
That's him doing his American accent. He was mocking the tournament and how people come up to you all the time and will, hey.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
That's him trying to talk like an American?
Yeah. Yeah, he was doing that yesterday. He was just like, I didn't fill out a bracket. I don't care. I'm not into it. How's your bracket looking? His American accent was hilarious.
That's funny when on Frasier, the maid, Daphne, or whatever, not social worker. She's like the therapist or whatever. She has a heavy English accent. And when she tries to speak like an American, it just sounds creepy.
Does it sound like that?
It sounds creepy, but not like that.
This is gold.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
Now that you tell me, I can kind of hear his voice in there, but yeah, we'll have to get him to say more things.
He said
maybe we can use him now just to record a bunch of stuff that we can play on the show.
Yeah, we had people texting in words they wanted him to say.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to want to act like a circus attraction where we just throw, here, do this, dance, Ryan, dance.
Baseball knowledge? Nah.
Am I
Show
a clown?
pony? Yeah.
Am I a clown to you?
Here to amuse you?
Dance puppet.
Yeah, we don't ask him anything about baseball. We just give him a list of words to read off.
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
That's hilarious.
What was the other one he was saying? He was talking about he was at one of the tournament games here in Seattle.
Oh, yeah. He was mimicking an angry fan.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was some fan around him that I guess was cursing through the whole game. He was there with his daughter, and some fan next to him was cursing, but he said the fan was like pouting the whole game. Seriously? And he was doing an American accent when he was doing that, and it was very funny. Very good to hear him speak American.
We've got a new activity in store for Ryan Roland Smith.
Next time he comes in, we'll have a list of words. Can you just run this down top to bottom?
Send him over to Mike in the studio.
Yeah, just record. We got you set up in the booth over here. We're just going to need you to go top to bottom on these if you could. Thanks. What else did we learn?
Well, speaking of that word that Ryan kept saying, we learned that Wyman put a lot of time into his bracket.
You don't want to talk about your bracket?
No, I don't.
You put in a lot of work and effort, man. A lot of effort into that thing.
I can't wait for, who I'm actually rooting for, Bob, is you.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because I heard you're like, Lefko, how do I get on this thing here? And then you click it, and then all of a sudden I heard click, click, click. This went on for about 3.5 minutes. And then, he stopped clicking things, and then he got up and whatever, and somebody goes, do your bracket? And Bob goes, yeah, I just did it. And I spent 4.5 hours looking at stats and free throw percentage and
scoring.
Things like that. And I must be in dead last.
I'm sure Lefko's got an uptate for you. Look how he's grinning.
He's been waiting for this. I was out yesterday.
I'm laughing because Matt could not believe how much time you spent on your bracket.
4.5 hours? You had to click like 20 things.
It was fun. I was researching, Matt. I was investing time in there. It won't be because, I like crate and barrel.
They're still back there just cackling.
Apparently,
4.5 hours.
Apparently there's Bob has a voice too. I didn't realize I did that. Remember in the big, like, hey, Lefko, where's the link? It almost sounded kind of like Graz, like your imitation of Graz a little bit.
Or is that link, Lefko? That's what I was saying.
But yeah, 4.5 hours.
It's kind of like Matt and I, like when we make fun of each other, we have the same goofy voice.
Dumb voice when you talk about each other.
I spent 4.5 hours filling out a bracket.
It is the same.
Yeah.
It's the same dumb guy voice.
No, you're dumb. I don't know. I figured I like Creighton Barrel, so I'll put Creighton in there.
Hey, you know what? They won one of their games. I think that was one of the two I predicted correctly.
Yeah.
Who was your champ again?
Gonzaga.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They didn't win.
Because of the small town that they represent out
just
in Eastern
they're the
Washington.
only one from Washington.
Yeah.
Did you have any other connections to TV shows or stores or anything?
Probably. I'd have to look it up. I don't remember how to log into ESPN.
Yeah, I'll look for tomorrow. Okay. We can spend 5 minutes on that.
You should
a couple 3 minutes.
You should have found some kind of link between one of the teams and that awful movie that you like and insisted that I watch. The Road Warrior 12, whatever it is.
What were you calling it? Glory Road or
Glory
something?
Road or Thunder Road.
Still on
Thunder Road. That's what you're calling it.
Glory Road, not a bad movie.
Yeah, no, that was a good one.
Yeah.
It was a basketball movie.
Yeah.
By the way, did Lefko share his success story with Purdue with you?
No.
He picked against them in the first game. They won.
Yeah, high point.
Picked against them in the second game. They won.
Well,
it's as if he's never watched them before.
I picked against them in the first game.
And you said they were going to lose the next one when I asked you.
No, I didn't pick them in the second game because I wouldn't have picked them in the first game.
I know, but just in asking you after that game, well, how do you like their chances in this game? You're like, they're going to lose.
Oh, yeah, probably. That's what I said.
That would have been weird if he would have picked him in the second round after he lost.
No,
in the first
just
round.
verbally picked them. Like he wouldn't commit to them beating. Who did they play in the second? McNeese. Yeah, he thought they were going to lose to McNeese.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and McNeese was within a couple points, or was that close, or no?
No, Purdue killed them.
Oh, okay.
So he was
all
really
over that
wrong.
one.
Okay, so much for that.
Who are they going up against now?
Houston.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's my champ. They're going to lose.
My big
I
deal
agree.
was the 12-5, and I picked every 12-5 except for the one and those all lost. And then the one I didn't take the 12 on
Colorado State.
was McNeese State.
Oh, McNeese State.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they beat Clemson. So yeah, I was just the opposite of. If I'd have gone George Costanza, I'd be in contention.
Opposite of every feeling you have. Go the opposite way. What else did we learn?
We learned that we are mature adults. No one can debate this.
We got a couple of guys between Solano, Mastroboni.
What do you think his nickname should be? I'm thinking the Maestro.
The Maestro?
Yeah.
You think, but they always
Mastroboni.
It's always an E. So he's
I know
always,
what you guys were thinking.
They would call,
They started giggling.
12-year-old.
Yeah.
Maybe they just call him Boney.
12-year-old humor in there.
Maybe they just call him that. Everything's got to have the E sound at the end.
Look at them. They're literally giggling, both of them.
Because we know where you were going with that.
No, I've said Maestro. That's my entry.
I'm going with Boney.
Matt and Mike are going to giggle.
No, I'm not. I'm a professional. I can get through it.
I'm not giggling. I swear I'm not. Still giggling. Still hiding behind the mic.
We're not men.
No, we're not.
No, we are not.
It's not funny at all. It's just a man's name. I'm not laughing at all.
Oh, I hope there's a lot of highlights with him in there this year. Just for
there
Matt's
better not
sake.
be. I won't be able to get through cutting them.
I was going to say, day games that Matt's on the board for. Yeah.
That'll
Hopefully a
be
lot of
great.
Mastroboni highlights.
Did we learn anything else?
No, that was Matt's laughing again. Just say his name. That'll be good.
No, I'm not.
We learned how to get Matt to laugh, but that's all we actually learned today.
All right. Coming up, if you want to feel great about the Mariners signing Cal Raleigh and the start of baseball season, we got the guy for you, Tim Kurkjian. He's going to hear that conversation coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is just 2 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when truck month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Trucks and trucks and trucks.
Mariners single game tickets are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games this season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th, Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend, August 8th through 10th, and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation, or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mariners get the season underway Thursday here at T-Mobile Park when the A's come to town, and we cannot wait for the season to start. A man I know gets excited every single year for baseball season to start. It just does not grow old. Neither does this guy. He's a legend in the sport, and he's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. The one, the only Tim Kurkjian is here. Tim, how are you, my friend?
I'm well, fellas. 45th opening day for me. And you're right. I'm just as excited. I don't care how corny this sounds about this one as my first one. Still one of the great days ever.
It's not corny at all. It's just how it goes. By the end of the season, maybe you're ready for a break, and after a few months go by, you start going, when do catchers and pitchers and catchers report? Okay, spring training, all right, and it's perfect. It's just I can't wait for it either, and we're excited about the news out here. The Mariners making a move to lock up part of their core in Cal Raleigh to a 6-year, $105 million deal. Could be up to $123 million with incentives. But my first blush reaction to that, Tim, is just in baseball terms. I look at Cal as if he's not the best catcher in baseball, he's in that conversation. That almost felt like kind of a bargain for the Mariners. Does that seem about right financially, or would you have expected him to get more? Where were you at on that?
Well, I think the Mariners did really well because they wrapped up arguably the best catcher in the game for 6 years. It's just so hard to find anyone who's 28 years old, has power from both sides of the plate, is an elite defensive catcher with as good a throwing arm as there is in the game, and has a baseball IQ off the charts, meaning he understands the art of pitching and what it takes to get the best out of his guys. He is a team leader. He has a great sense of humor. There is nothing not to like about him, and I think this is a great deal for the Mariners